Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, June the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Yes and yes, that means you guys can hear me and you can see my screen, so let's get at it. So guys, look at clean energy here. CLNE, I was actually had an alert set for 10. It's taken 10 out. Let's take a look left on this clean energy. 940, so the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1134. So this one still has room. It's not a low float, 146 million in the float, not a high short float percent either, but this is definitely moving. Had a great day yesterday. Broke out of all this, kind of sold off a little bit at the end of the day, but now continuation for CLNE. XERS had a nice day yesterday. This is a continuation. Look at this. So great day yesterday. Look at the volume that came into XERS yesterday. And this is just continuation now. Wow, CLNE just ripping here, guys. Well, once I took out that 10. WINT has gapped up. WINT has gapped up. Oppenheimer has put there's an aggressive price target of $8 on this stock, WINT. Now you can tell, look at this weekly chart right there, 265. So you can see where it is, it's at 262. There's the high right there at 265. If it can clear that, the next high is about $4. So I'm not saying it's getting there, I'm just saying important level for it to try to take out. I mean, it's already up 33% on that Oppenheimer upgrade. I don't know if there's any other news on it. NCTY, haven't seen this one for a while, but this one is ripping higher here. At least it was. Let's see if it's still maintained. Yes, it is. So it's still moving higher. Acquisition of a Canadian crypto. Interesting. To acquire Canadian crypto mining facilities company. So crypto, of course, is not necessarily what you want to be in right now, but anyway, 1644 is the 200-day moving average, and it is a low float, and it's a China stock. Keep an eye on that AMC, guys. I have an eye on it. Getting very, very close to 50 again. BlackBerry just broke over 16. These are not dead. LEDs, LEDs. Kind of a spotty day. I mean, look, 4 days ago, big topping tail sold off. Another huge topping tail sold off. But it is up 11% right now. Don't see any specific news on it today. PPBT, Purple Biotech, PPBT. Yeah, big gap down here. Now, it had a huge run after hours. And it was holding its gains this morning, but all of a sudden it just gave it up. Now it's at 18%. Again, okay, they did present clinical data. So maybe it ran up in advance. There's AMC, guys, over $50 now. So maybe PBBT ran up in anticipation that whatever data they were going to present was going to be good, but I guess it wasn't. Wow, there's AMC now over 50, over 51. CHRS. Now, when I looked at this, was a low float situation, but it's one of those ones with a high short float percent. I'm not a low float. I mean a low volume. It was a low volume, but it is up 10%. And there is actually some news. CHRS is up after the company. I'm just waiting for the headline to appear. Okay, well now I can see a headline gains 9% on positive data. I don't know if it's phase 1, 2, or 3. For some reason my headline just won't, let me see if it's phase 1, 2, or 3. There we go. Okay, it's phase 3, so it's, later phase 3. So it's up 9%. The volume's light right now, but I guarantee it'll pick up. Wow, look at BlackBerry. Look at AMC. Wild traders again. SENS. SENS. This was up after hours, I think, or... Yeah, okay. No, I've got the wrong symbol. Wrong symbol. SENS, not SESNS. I got it. Here we go. So it was up after hours yesterday. SENS. Big gap up after hours yesterday. And let's see, are trading higher. This was up yesterday afternoon. Company announced results of the PROMISE study demonstrating strong accuracy of a 180-day CGM sensor. So did have some news after hours, and it's maintaining. Not a low float though, 355 million in the float. High short float percent, but that's a big float. ASAN, ASAN had earnings, I believe. Yeah, so I had earnings after hours, so a big gap up after hours for ASAN, and it's maintained it. And this is not quite an all-time high. I guess the all-time high is up here at 43.72, so getting close to an all-time high for ASAN. So I don't trade these ones, but big gap up for DOCU, DocuSign, and this is an earnings play. When I say I don't trade, that just way outside the price range I like to trade. But for those of you who don't mind that, look at this big gap up, and there's the 200-day moving average at 220, so that's far enough away, and that is DOCU. Tilray, I think one of the Reddit stocks. Meme stocks, WSB stock. So there's Tilray. Now Tilray did the same kind of thing some of them did yesterday. 20 got up to 22 but sold off down to 1974. And XL was moving higher. It's still there. Another one of those high short float percents. Again, I don't know if this is one of those Reddit stocks, but definitely a high short float percent. All right, now I'm going to check to see if briefing.com has delivered me their upgrades and downgrades this morning. Yesterday, it came very late. Let me see if they're in here today. Yeah, there they are. And not too many of each, so let me get the upgrades in right now. AQMS is starting to ring at me, guys. AQMS, something's going on there. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get to you in a second there, Green. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, Green, I don't know. Okay, I guess if you go to the homepage and start a live discussion there, give them your email, tell them exactly what you've just said to me, and give them the email you use to sign up to make sure they can find your account. It's probably the quickest way. The accounting people are there now. What time is it? Yeah, they're there now, so that's all I can suggest. If that doesn't work, come back to me and I'll try to escalate it. So I guess the job numbers came out at 5:30, or I guess 8:30 Eastern Time, and it's looking pretty good. Obviously, whatever the market was expecting, the market got it, and maybe more. So look at the SPY reaction. Zooms. Let's take a look at ZUMZ. Here we get a little bilingual. ZUMZ. So it's an earnings play. Okay, I didn't see it because of the volume is a little light right now. So I have a minimum volume requirement. So, but yeah, I can see what Real is looking at. Takes all this out right up here, especially 49.27. It's a little ways away from that, but it gets going. A little bit of resistance all the way up there, but yeah, it can get going. So again, guys, this is maybe next week, maybe next week. This is what I'm looking at, my pre-market. I've been able to pull it into a dock, as we call it, and just move it around. This is what I'm looking at for the pre-market. And once the market opens, I just minimize it, so it makes it easy. Not available yet, guys, not available yet. Yeah, let me know, Green. Make sure if well, I'm sure they're gonna try to help you for sure, but let me know. NGL, should have mentioned NGL. NGL is an earnings play. It's a cheap one. NGL is a cheap earnings play, but just getting crushed here, 16% down. This is an earnings play also, kind of mixed reaction. CHPT, mixed reaction after hours. It popped up and then it just basically got flat. Of course, this is an EV play, CHPT. I also saw CCIV was a little active this morning also. Churchill, Capital, a little bit, yeah. Starting to inch its way back up. But it's a long ways from those highs up here. Yeah, it's something that we offered it back in 2016. Not available anymore. Beyond Meat, I'm just looking here, Beyond Meat, seeing a little headline for Beyond Meat, BYND. Yeah, just happening here, isn't it? No volume though. So hard to know if that's real. Real? Unless that volume really picked up. That is a custom pre-market channel. Well, it's a custom one. Can't share it yet because it's part of this docking that we're hopefully going to be able to release next week. But yeah, this is a custom. These are my. All you do is you just take your own alert windows, topless windows, and put them into a dock, and then you can move it around. WINT. What was the news again? Yeah, $8 price target put on it by Oppenheimer. Yeah, the only news on WINT is an Oppenheimer well, the only news I could find was an Oppenheimer upgrade to with an $8 price target. That's the only news I could find on it. Yeah, again, that was nothing, guys. I mean, the volume was only 600 and something, so it's popped right back up. That might have been nothing. It might be something, but right now, without any volume, to confirm that that was a real gap down. All right, a couple of China stocks. Tiger on the move again. TIGR on the move again. The high yesterday, getting close to that high yesterday. In fact, that's going to do. Put a little alert up there. 26.22. See if it takes out that high of yesterday. And Candy, KNDI is on the move also. This has definitely been a really disappointing EV out of China. Not yet. Oh, well, I can't share docs, and right now they're not shareable anyway. Even when the beta comes available, whenever it becomes available, there's no way to share it. Something I've asked for, but I don't know when or if that's going to happen. Here, give me a moment, guys. Excuse me. All right. What time is it? 9:24. So it's getting started for this open. I've been kind of watching that ADMP. I actually took a little loss on it. I actually took some ADMP right about here. Actually, not loss. I'm sorry, flat. ADMP. I took it right here, and this had a huge run yesterday. You saw that. Nice little run. I got very greedy though, and I held it overnight and basically got out flat. Kind of watching it to see if we're going to have any sort of resumption. Had a massive volume day yesterday. Typically not the type of thing I do, but I thought, okay, why not take a little chance on this one. Yeah, that's just Well, for wintry, again, I mean, I think the only, call it news, is that Oppenheimer's put an $8 price target on it this morning. There's no company news as such, not that I could find anyway. All right, Aqua Metals, AQMS is on the move here, guys. AQMS is on the move. Take a look at this monthly chart. Back this monthly chart out a little bit. What do we have here? 337 is the high. That's this month. Well, this month is only 4 days trading so far. Actually, less. Last month, 335 was a high. So you can see if I can take out 335 somehow, it's got some room. So that's, I mean, it's at 336 right now. So yeah, I might want to keep an eye on AQMS. Yeah, I did say that, yes. Just so that you know, it's not fake news. Okay, there we go. Oppenheimer initiated coverage with outperform target 8. Okay? Or that I'm not making it up. TIGR, guys, on a rumping in the pre-market. Look at this, TIGR just really ripping here. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down. I do sometimes take pre-market trades. I didn't do any. I took that after I took that trade yesterday, ADMP, held it overnight. Didn't quite work out. Keep an eye on RLX. I really didn't know what RLX was up to. Now I understand a little bit. This is all to do with these the potential of the supersonic planes. Excellent, thank you. I'm glad that worked out. All right, guys, one more pause here. Just give me a moment. All right, so this is what I'll do. I'm just going to minimize the windows that I like to see in the pre-market. All it does for me is instead of my having to close them down, minimize them one at a time, I can minimize the entire dock. I mean, it's not, it's just a little more convenient. Also, I kind of like the presentation of what the dock looks like. Again, not available yet. All right, everybody, the market's going to open in less than 30 seconds. Let's have a great close to this trading week. It's been an exciting week with the meme stocks. No idea what they're going to do today. Yeah, TRGP, guys, TRGP on the move here, TRGP. This is a more expensive one. This is, wow, it's a big gap up on the weekly now. The volume has to pick up, of course. Okay, some early morning running uppers. Wow, we have PBR heading into the option scanner right off the bat. Boy, that's very unusual. There's CLNE, guys. CLNE. Making a new high, not taking out the pre-market high yet. Well, we've got a couple of really early ones in the option scanner. It's pretty rare. FTI is the next one, 1052. A little too early for me. What's the high looking? High is 11. Yeah, so it might have, it's maybe 50 cents in it. If it can get to that 11, that's the FTI. Another one that's running up here is Joan. Who the heck are you? Sewing, needlework, and peace. Okay. Wow, look at AMC, guys. Look at AMC and BlackBerry, BB. I say, these are not dead yet. Not even close to being dead. I took out the count, Asiri. So maybe that's why you're not getting anything. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of getting that there. It's so early. LQDT, guys, this is on the move. Also, LQDT and looking left, 28.90. So this has got a lot of room still if it wants to keep moving. Don't have to worry about chart resistance. LQDT. It's early though, but this is really moving. 26 million in the float. So it's a low float situation. Wow, CLNE, my goodness. I'm glad you got out of your short there, William. Wow, Joan, what are you doing? Joan Wells Fargo maintains overweight. Tesla advisory maintains outperform, raises. Let's see if they've got a price target to 18. Okay, so there's a little bit of news on price targets. Oh, it's actually an earnings play too. Didn't realize that. So June, it's going to be active all day, guys. I mean, the volume will pick up. It's early. Okay, well, there was a potential short, obviously, for CLNE. What did it get to? Where's the high right there? It's 1110. What did it get to? It got to 1105. So it kind of got stalled at that high right here. All right, WKHS had a downgrade, and this is getting hit a bit. TTM, guys. TTM on the move. Also, TTM, India Car Company, probably an EV play. TTM. What's the high looking left here on the weekly chart is 2370, so it's a little bit close to that high. All right, as usual, the first 15 minutes can be very frothy. Look at Tiger, look at AMC, look at BlackBerry. But look at, here's Tiger ripping ahead. And then, market opens and just starts to sink. AUVI, guys, this was a big one yesterday. It did sell off. It got up to 975. It closed down here, about $1 lower. Looks like it wants to continue for a while anyway. Very low float, 4 million in the float. Not much volume yet. SPY surging here on that job reports, I guess, at 8:30. I think Les is just a continuation play from a few days ago. I mean, well, yesterday had a big day. I don't know if there has any specific news today. I don't see any specific news today. Corsair Gaming, CRSR, having some weakness today. Little pop. Actually, well, look how very whippy first 15, guys. See all this sort of action. So I typically do not like to trade in the first 15 minutes. That is not a recommendation. That's just a personal preference. I mean, look at the topping tails, bottoming tails, especially the topping tails for NCTY. There's another one coming in here. VET, V-E-T, Vermilion. So an energy play. What is energy doing right now? Just going to do a quick check at the sectors. I'm sure they're all up except for these two regional banking ETFs. Everything is up. But let's see. Look at the airline ETF at the top of the list here, top of the 5-minute. I mean, again, it's early. And we had a halt, actually. OIH got halted. It's a, well, how could that be? OIH got halted. It's the one of the ETFs. Halted because of news. Are they going to do a split or something? Nothing stopping CLNE right now, guys. So there's that next high looking left. It's right at it, 1110. See, guys, this is the bug I'm talking about with, you see, I can't elongate, I can't stretch the my price here. And that's the bug I'm talking about with the beta, or the new beta with the docking and all. There we go. I know, got it. Wow, look at the SPY, guys. What a move in the SPY. I mean, yeah, we could release it. You know, I mean, there are some other things that have to be fixed. Imagine our poor support staff though. All right, lots of action as always in the first 15 minutes. How did Zooms do? Rio was mentioning Zooms earlier. So look at that. I mean, you know, just chopping around so far. Chop, chop, chop. Look at that 2-minute chart. Just kind of up and down, up and down. Well, right now there's a disconnect between BB and AMC. Definitely, BB is moving down. AMC is still, but again, you trade those. You're on your own, guys. I'm not gonna. AUIV guys on the move. Just mention this about right here. It's tacked on to about 40 cents. There's a high of yesterday, 976. PBR can be sneaky, but I'm looking left here, 1176 and 1148. So it's got some resistance in this area. I don't. That's why I don't really love it. It is from the option scanner, but I don't love it. Look at ATOS. Look at the volume that came into ATOS. And what is it? That's not a low float. Definitely not a low float, but ATOS. I'm looking here, July 16, $9 call sweeps. All right, what's happening to 10? Tenneco, big. It's had a nice few days. It's maybe just giving up a little bit today. Tenneco, 1983, below that whole number now. And the next low looking, well, this could be interesting. The next low looking left is yesterday's low, 1766. So this is some weakness right now for TEN. What's the market doing? Market is still surging though. All right, it's 9:45. So let's see what happens in the gap continuation or reverse. I have I have a delay on it until 9:45. Nope, nothing from the AI yet. Nothing from my, actually interesting, nothing from my gap continuation either. All right, guys, PROG. I did see this in the pre-market. The volume has really picked up now. Progenity PROG. All right, guys. Well, it looks like it's just GME and AMC today for the memes. Doesn't look like BlackBerry wants to do anything yet anyway. Keep an eye on Candy, KNDI. The pre-market after hours high was 661. So this is a gap down and go, or gap up and reverse for SENS. Just no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Here is another one on the move here. AMSC, American Superconductor. So what do we have here? Looking left, 15 is the next high, so it doesn't really have a lot of room. Look at this. I mean, a lot of resistance right around 15. I mean, it might get there, but it's just a lot of resistance in that 15 level, so not that far away. Diebold, DBD on the move here, guys. Gold play. No, I'm sorry, not a gold play. Sorry, I'm thinking something else. DBD. Next high looking left is 15 or so. So again, not a ton of room to see things with a lot cleaner looking dailies, with a lot more that could keep going higher if I wanted to. Okay, Occupier Pharma, OCUP is a gap down and reverse. Now, what's the high looking left? You know, again, you just have to kind of, I mean, I look at this, I think, okay, the high yesterday was 556, it's at 541. Is it going to stall at yesterday's high? It's just, for me, I mean, listen, it may blast right through, but for me, it just means that there's, you know, the potential for it to stall there, so I just take a pass. Kind of waiting on this. Well, I'm waiting on this candy, guys. I want to see if it has any sort of let's take a look left here. 622, 662. So let's see if it's just resting here, or is that it? All right, so I see we have an alert here from my watch list at 23 for LEDs, LEDs. AQMS has not moved, really. LEDs, though, has made a little bit of a move, pop up, but it's pretty extended. The TOS, well, just look left, okay? I mean, 5 for me is a big psychological number for it to get through. 490 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. 508, 487. So you got a lot of resistance in that 5 level for ATOS, in my opinion. Takes that out, look out. You know, really, I mean, if it takes it out. Just trying to keep an eye on that Candy, KNDI. It's from the options, and 624, hasn't done anything yet. ASAN is an earnings play. ASAN is an earnings play. Yeah, just kind of sideways, as Real was pointing out. Big gap up, but more expensive one, but TRGP on the move here. TRGP on the move. 2 million is traded. Big float, but it's trading 26 times normal. This does not obviously trade very much. Yeah, that's what Real was talking about. It's joining the S&P Midcap 400. It's funny, there was one, I think, last week that was doing the same type of thing, and it just absolutely fizzled. Didn't I can't remember what the symbol was. No, if I talk about option percentage, like right there, that means that 316%, that means it's trading 3 times what it would, 3 times normal, 316% of what it has done over the last 10 days. Okay, so there's, you know, that's why it's looking for abnormal option activity. That's what that percent means. Yeah, I put a 15-minute delay my trades, okay, on mine. Yeah, yours would probably if you've downloaded from the homepage, my homepage. Yes, yeah, I just added a 15-minute delay because I find that things can go, you know, whip up and down too much in the first 15. It's up to you though, of course. I'm getting alerts now. So, I mean, there's the first alert I had was at 9:46. All right, guys. Well, the WINT could be interesting. I mean, it's at a very aggressive price target put on by Oppenheimer, an $8 price target. Yeah, you see, man, I asked this a long time ago. It doesn't look, I mean, this is the option. Obviously, you see, Windtree doesn't trade options at all. That's why it says 0 as an example. But if I look at Candy, so there's the option volume today is 25,000 contracts, which represents about 4.6 times normal. Normal being the average over the last 10 days. With a minimum, I have a minimum number of contracts that has to be at least 2,000 contracts. But doesn't look like it's going. Well, I still have an alert set up here. Maybe it happens later on. 6:30, I have an alert for Candy. Now, BBIG, guys, yeah, this is, somebody, I saw this in the pre-market. It was doing this. Wow, you know what? 407 is the high. Oh, this could be really interesting. This came from the option scan also. 416 was the alert. I really want to watch this one. I mean, it got a high in the pre-market of 424. Sinking, though, a little bit here. So probably a low float. Yep, 19 million in the float. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert up here around 420. Okay, so Green, are you talking about how to create a symbol list? Okay, so understand it's not like Excel where you create a symbol list and then somehow it's a miracle that they show up, But first of all, let me just show you the video that I created a while back. Symbol list, watch list. Okay, so you can watch this. This will show you how do you create a symbol list, watch list of the stocks that you want to watch, of course, and then how you would attach it to an alert window or a top list window. And then you can monitor them that way. Okay, and then also how to edit it, because eventually sometimes of course you want to delete symbols from your symbol list, add symbols. So you'll go into the toolbar, click on tools, symbol list, etc. I think it's all covered in the video that I did. All right, LPTH on the move here. This was, LPTH on the move, guys. Can it take out 3? If it did, what would happen? Okay, 289 looking left, 297 looking left, 306 looking left, 3. See, it's got, I think, just a little bit too much resistance around that 3 level. Just look at the weekly chart. A little bit too much resistance, in my opinion. I just talking about Mosey. Well, look at Mosey, guys. I mean, low float, up 23%. Don't know why I didn't see it in the pre-market. I guess it wasn't up that much in the pre-market. That's why I didn't see it. But look at the potential gap. Next high looking left is 1460 on the monthly chart, I believe. Yeah, this could be fizzling out, guys. Look at the, all the topping tails on the 2-minute, but, this could just be fizzling out right now, the WINT. I think 3 is going to be a tough nut to get through. Ton of volume. There's the float 15. It's traded the float double. Your flyer from yesterday, guys, Ken still has a shot to the high of yesterday. The QMS, guys, on the move again, a little pullback, now a pop. All right, I have to put an alert up here. Wow, that's a pretty big alert though, 980. So got to watch Mosey though. I mean, very low float. Maybe put an alert around 950, see if it regains that. Real is talking about QFIN as a perfect pullback on the 2-minute chart. Next high looking left is $35, so has about $1 till that next high. So what I'm seeing today, just at the start of the things that I'm looking at, I'm not saying, obviously not for the, there are going to be some stocks that are not doing what I'm going to just say. I don't see a lot of continuation. Okay, that's what so there's that short potential that you guys could have taken for the WINT. Just not seeing a lot of continuation on the things that I'm looking at. All right, well, here's one, SBBP. Let's see what it's going to do. 319 is the high in the pre-market. I guess if it takes that out, if you look left, it's got some room. It definitely has some room. If it can take out that pre-market high, so well, why not? Just put a price alert around 320 and see if it takes it out. It's not a low float, not a huge float, 52 million. Definitely don't want to lose sight of the Mosey. All right, guys, there goes Mosey, moseying along. Merci beaucoup to Ija for the Mosey call in the YouTube room. Okay, give me a moment, please. Yeah, definitely. Just out of the price range, I like to trade, but definitely a nice grinder, as Real is saying. Had after hours action, and it maintained pre-market. That's kind of a big sign right there. See the big after hours action for TRGP? And this is because it's being added to the S&P 400, I guess mid-cap 400. Guys, you remember the one, I think it was either last week or the week before, same kind of announcement, and it did absolutely nothing. In fact, it fell. I wonder if you guys can remember what that one was. Well, there's Tiger on the move. TIGR on the move, taking out yesterday's high easily. And let's see, 27.18. The next high is looking left for Tiger, TIGR. Wow, 26. So here's the gap up and go, guys. 26.06. So it's at 26. Okay, now BBIG. Really interesting level now for BBIG. Really interesting. Okay, so can it continue here? So what's the next high looking left is 486. So all right, guys, this is a gap down and go. This is an earnings play. NGL is a gap down and go. What sort of room does it have? It looks like there's some support not that far away, unfortunately, because this is just a disaster earnings play for it, NGL. There's your Q fin. I'm noticing. Yeah, there's the Q fin. Yeah, beauty, real. One day I'll play one of these more expensive ones. But right now, I'm concentrating on the cheapies. I haven't seen it. So XPav, okay. Could be. You know, it's funny. The market is up. Everything is up. All the indices are up. The Qs are up. Dow's up. SPY's up. I'm seeing more action to the downside. Well, it's a matter of looking at these. All I do is look at the daily, weekly. I mean, I can't tell you to take the BBI trade. I'm in this one. I took the Mosey trade. It was a quick scalp for me. But I just look at I looked at the daily chart, the weekly chart for BBIG. You got to, look at it. I mean, look at all the room it's got. So, when I get an alert, that's the first thing I do, because every alert that I get is either making a new high for the day or a new low for the day. So my main focus then is, how much more room does it have? A lot of them don't have any room. You hear me say that. Say, well, I got an alert for it, but I don't like what it looks like on the daily, weekly, monthly, so I take a pass. Okay, but I mentioned BBIG. I mean, I said, look, gotta watch this one. Next high over here is 486. From 433. I mean, the original alert was at 416. Okay, I didn't take it right at 416. It's been a little bit choppy to my taste, but hey, I'm gonna see what happens. Nah. Okay, well, I took a... Well, maybe not. I'm just waiting on this BBIG. Maybe I got a little greedy. I mean, Tiger is a huge one from the gap up and go. I mean, you might think there are a lot of... What you're seeing here, of course, is the repeating. I mean, here are the alerts. At the end of the day, I mean, you won't have a huge number of alerts. What you're seeing here is the repeating version. Here's the first occurrence of it, as an example. Here's the first occurrence for Tiger, 2606, 2701 now, as an example. So, I mean, these are the only alerts from my gap continuation. But I do get it. I mean, look, if you're trying to follow everything and wondering what to take, yeah, I mean, if you're new to trading, it can be overwhelming. I never trade options, Angela. That's correct. Now, I don't go into a trade thinking I'm going to scalp it, all right? I mean, it may end up that I scalp it because I don't like the way it's trading, but it's not my... It depends what you mean by a scalp also. I've been asked about... I will do a scalp, but not actually trade options. Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm out. I'm out of that BBIG. See if it comes back. I got a little bit greedy on it. I had a not a bad little profit on it, but I was hoping for a little bit more. So what I'm going to do with it is put another price alert, see if it comes back. See, probably should have taken some off here, but I got a little bit greedy. So I'm going to stick at a price alert around 427, see if it takes that back again later on in the day. Yeah, so I mean, it may happen, Angela, but I'm not. That's not my premise for going into a trade. Quick in and out. It depends how it depends how it's trading. I mean, for me, the Mosey as an example. I mean, I looked at this. It had the break over 950 right about here. Okay, let's take some. And was it great? I mean, it got up to almost 10, but it pulled right back down. So, I mean, I'm always somebody who's so aware of a whole number. And 10 to me, I know real doesn't agree. The algos don't care. But I still, for me anyway, the way I trade, if I see anything approaching a whole number, I get a little bit wary. And I look at a whole number like 10, which can be a really psychological number to break through. So that is why, I will take profit all the time if it approaches a whole number like 10. Now, did I know it was going to do this? No. I know you don't agree. This hurts, looking at that 437, I had a decent, but that's the first time in a while that I haven't taken profit. Something like this. Anyway, it's always another one. All right, JB, very quickly. Convert a T window to an alert window. Okay, so let's take a topless window. Do I have one that makes sense? Well, it doesn't really matter. It's pretty simple. Just follow my steps. So take your topless window, right click, okay, collaborate. Right click, collaborate, copy. Okay, topless window is now copied. From the toolbar, click on New, Alert Window. And start from scratch. Load the settings. Say OK. Disregard this. Say no, you don't want to return. So now this is the only issue. Okay, these things now go into the dock. Anyway, so this is what it looks like. Don't worry about this. So here's your alert window. Right click, collaborate, and now paste. Okay, and now, if you notice, oops. If you notice, it didn't work. Actually, it may have worked. I don't think I have any filters. See, that's a bad one to do. That's a bad one to do because it also has a symbol list, but I'd have to, anyway, that's what you do, okay? Take a top list window, right click, collaborate, okay, and then copy. So you copied it. Yeah, the problem with it, and this is, I don't want to call this a bug, but every time now I do it, it goes into a dock window, which I don't want. If I can find another top list window. Okay, well, take my earnings. It's going to do the same thing. Okay, take my top list window or my earnings play window, right click, collaborate, copy. Okay, now here are the filters. So here are the filters that I've got. I'll do the same thing, new, and this is what's going to happen. This is what I don't like. New alert window. I'm going to start from scratch, get rid of everything, load the settings, okay, say okay. Now it's going to say, hey, you have no alerts. Do you want to return? I'm going to say no. And so now it goes into this docked window, which I don't like. So here it is. Now right click, collaborate, paste. This better work. If it doesn't work, then there's a bug. Now here they are. See? So here are the filters. Now you have to put, get rid of the heartbeat. And, if you wanted to put a new high as the alert. What have I done here? Okay, so get rid of the heartbeat. Check new high. Whatever alert you want. Okay, so now, here you go. Now you have your earnings play. You took your top list window. You turned it into an alert window. Whatever trigger you're going to use is up to you, of course. Okay? Okay, Gordon, You probably know I can't help you. So you can direct that to Michael again. Just go to our homepage and direct that to it. Okay, I have no experience in what you're trying to do. Okay, so you're going to have to go to our homepage and ask Michael. Whatever happened to you practice for a month and you had something all ready to go? Whatever happened to it? Anyway, I'm sorry, don't go to my homepage, sorry. Go to the Trade Ideas homepage and you can ask. Michael's around, I think. See if he can help you. Yeah, Rec is running, and I doggone it, I wanted to take a harder look at this one. But I think it's coming into there. There's that resistance area. BBIG. It wasn't BBG. It was BBIG, a series right here in the option scan. If you didn't see it, remember I've reduced it to 300%. You may still be at 500%. I thought you asked that question yesterday. All right, guys. Well, maybe Wint is getting ready again. I mean, with that very aggressive price target. Let's see if it takes out 3. Takes out 3, look out. Because there's the next high looking left is 4. So I'm just going to stick a little price alert just over $3. And see if it takes that out. Yeah, so I just can't help you, Gordon, okay? I'm sorry, I just cannot help you. The mother lode, what are you doing? Again, looks like there's too much resistance, up in this area. Wow, Tiger was the awesome one from the gap up and go. All right, guys, get ready for Wint. I'm not telling you to take the trade, but I mean, you can just see what could happen. I mean, just look left. Look left. There's that 401. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but okay, now this time I took some profit. Okay, this time I took a little bit of profit to make sure. I don't want to do the BBIG thing. So that's on the Wint. Well, it just doesn't trade options at all, Angela. I mean, it's some stocks don't trade options. They're not optionable. It's got nothing to do. You can see right here, option volume today is 0. It typically means a stock is not optionable. Not every stock is optionable. Okay, guys, so listen, what time is it now? 10:25. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. So the first thing I'm going to do is just put my homepage link in. Put it in one time in this room. And I'll put it in the YouTube room. Come on, baby. All right, so I put my homepage link in right there. There's my link. Here is the tab all day long. Okay, there's my homepage tab, and there's the link. So click on my link, and this is what you'll see. So here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Right there, there's the promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off, either the first month only or the entire year. Go, Wint, go. Shameless, I know. Get Trade Ideas. Okay, we have 4 plans. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. Big difference in premium and standard is the AI. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look. This is what it looks like. I'm going to show it a little bit later. Now, you do not have to take out an annual plan. You can go month to month if that's what you want to do. Here's our standard premium, $118, $228, less the 15% for the first month only. Okay, the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, then this is what you'll pay going forward, $118 and $228. More information from my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Do a stock of the day video around noon Eastern. You can sign up for them here. All the scans I'm sharing right here. This is the big scan section. Here's my layout. This is the layout that you see. Here are all the scans, individual scans that I've created that you can take a look at. So if you have your own layout that you like, but you might want to take a look at some of these individual scans, here they are. Big education section. You're brand new to Trade Ideas. Really recommend it. You don't have to be a subscriber to take a look at this, but if you are a subscriber, the 20 lessons, this is what you'll see. You know, top list, building one, alert windows, creating them, etc., all the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly. Okay, so a lot of information here. They're not videos, just it's all text based, but it'll get you started. Daily support sessions. So today is Friday, so I believe it's Andy in the YouTube room. I take a break around noon, so he takes over. And from 12 to 1 in our YouTube room. I monitor it for the rest of the time from 9 to 12 and then from 1 to 3. I'll put the link in when I take my break if you want to head over there. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right there. More educational videos, so starting Trade Ideas from scratch. More information about the AI. And I think this is pretty cool. This is if you're brand new to trading, never traded a stock in your life. This is a great little video series, 36 of them. Short, quick, to the point. What is a stock? Intro to charts, etc. And some ebooks. So, a lot of information on my homepage. Don't expect you to do it all while the room is open or even during the trading day. Save my link and you can take a look at all the education. You can take a look at all my scans whenever you want to. Just save my link. Okay? Not really a spike. Well, I just showed you, didn't I? Trader 1. So right here, just click on my home page. See the tab? You're in the tech support. Just here's my tab. Here's my home page tab right here. And when you do that, this is the scan section. And click here, and here's my layout. Okay, click for my layout. Remember, it's a layout, so if you have a layout up and running already, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. 300% of normal is Siri. I changed it from 500%, okay? Meanwhile, what am I missing? AREC, I'm missing that one. See, guys, that's why I took some profit and I'm out of the WINT. Just not seeing a lot, well, like a lot of the things I'm saying just don't have a lot of great continuation. A little too choppy. Let me look at the BBIG now. The candy. Not saying there are none. No, you can't contact him directly, Gordon. It's just a matter of going to our home page and starting a live discussion. Okay? You can say, can Michael help me? And see, I think he's around today. Okay, guys, so now what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We scan the stock market, okay, the US market. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Okay, we scan, that's what we are. We're a scanner. This is an example of a scan, basic new highs and lows, I call it. I click on Configure, Summary. Here are the filters that I'm using. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20, minimum 400,000 shares, etc. These are the filters I put in place. Doesn't really matter what they are. I mean, to me they matter, but not going to go any detail, but that's the concept. You start off with filters, and then here's my trigger. If a stock makes a new high or a new low with these filters, then I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Okay? So look at that, 979. What did it get up to? Wow. Okay, so that's an example of a scan I put together. And again, this scan is available to you. So what we did, we said, you know what? Most people do not want to learn how to program. So there's no programming language to learn. What we did is we said, okay, let's create what we think are enough alerts and filters for the absolute majority of our customers so that they can combine them in a way to create a scan they might like. So no programming language to learn. Now, if you're starting out, you don't even have to know how to create an alert window or a top list window. You can take mine, to start out if that's what you want. All the individual scans that I've created. You can also head over to our channel bar. Let me just show you the new dock version. Not available yet, but you can click on, here's it. We don't have all the channels in here, but they're all theme related. Okay, we don't have all the channels in here yet in this new version. Here's the sector status. I should show you that one. It's a pretty cool one, like a heat map. So this shows you all the major sectors and shows you what they're doing. So yeah, the market's up. But is every sector up? No. Look at consumer discretionary. 65% of the stocks in consumer discretionary are down for the day. Financial, 79% are down for the day. What is the big winner? Yeah, I mean, healthcare. You just take a look at healthcare. 86% of the stocks are up for the day. Okay, so this is, here's another one, communication. 77% of the stocks are up for the day. The stocks that make up this ETF, the communication sector. So this is, a little bit of a snapshot of what's happening. So for me, the interesting thing is not so much what stocks are up, but, in a day in which virtually every healthcare stock is up, let's take a look and see, well, what ones are down. So you see MCK, Abbott, they're, just 3 of them are down. Not much, but if I saw one that was really down, I'd probably be interested just to say, hey, why is this one down so much? Okay, so that's an example. That's an example of a channel that we've got. EV related, electric vehicle. So, we have, I'm not showing them all here because this is, I'm sort of demonstrating, this is this new docking feature that hopefully we can release next week. Doesn't have all the channels in it right yet, but it will. Here's our earnings channel. They're all themed. Okay, but notice what you can do. I can have this channel up and running as well as my layout. So again, you can head over to the channel bar. You don't even have to know how these things were created. Excellent, or I want to say crisp, but I guess there's a reason why it's 5. Look at Tiger. What a great alert from the gap up and go. Okay, now, with Wint, I'm not giving up on it. For me, you know what? If it hits maybe 324 again later on, I want to know about it. Well, the job numbers already came out, 8:30 Eastern time. And they were, well, the market reacted right there. You can see right there. They're at 8:30. Look at the SPY. Maybe I'll just show you here. Job numbers always come out at 8:30. So there's 8:30 right there. There's a reaction. So I don't know, I don't know what they actually were. I don't really care what they were. All I know is that the SPY reaction was good. Okay, now a word about the AI. This is what the AI looks like. So if you have our premium service, as part of our premium service, if you have our premium service, this is what I would do. I would click on New AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, click on that. Don't do anything else. Don't worry about where are these alerts coming from, like what strategies are they coming from, what version of the AI are they coming from. Just do yourself a favor and keep it easy, really simple. Have this window up and running. How you trade them will be up to you. You have an entry price. It's a real time. It's just like this. For whatever reason, all the filters were met and the trigger happened. So it's a real time alert. You don't have to take the trade right away. You can wait to see how it's trading a bit if you want. And here's your stop. So how you trade them will be up to you. In my right here, 2606 was here. Okay, and the gap up and go. So just go to my home page. Okay, click on my, whether you're premium or standard, just click, find my tab right there. Okay, you see my tab. Click on it. Here's the link. When you click on the link, this is what you'll see. And here are the scans. And click here, and here it is. Gap continuation or reverse. Okay? I don't know when it's coming out. No, maybe next week, but I don't know. I don't know. Somebody asked when that version with the docking is coming out. Yeah, I hopefully next week, but no guarantee, of course. There are some bugs. I mean, there are some bugs in it that we can, so that we can, not huge, horrible ones. Look at LX, guys. I mean, where did this happen here? 1201. This was a nice AI alert. I think right there. And it's just kind of rested for the last 2 days, and now it's taking off again. It was an earnings play June the 1st. All right, little word about the Brokerage Plus, this window that you see here. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account and you want to use this window to trade it, you can. Okay, but please listen to me really carefully. If you don't have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, it's okay. You don't have to use this. This is just a feature that we have. Not mandatory to use. And even if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you don't have to use it. All right, it's just a feature that we have. So again, if you want to trade, and I popped that video in, or a link to 2 videos. The first video shows you how you can connect your Interactive Brokers account or your E-Trade account, so that if you wanted to, you could use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You still need a broker to trade. Okay, we're not a broker, but again, just to reiterate, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it's okay. We're a scanner first and foremost. So of course you can use Trade Ideas. The second video in that link goes into a lot more detail about some of the more advanced topics that you can do. Okay, I'm not going to explain any of them. You have to watch the video. It's about 26 minutes long, and it goes into all the advanced topics. The other big use of this is as a simulator. Okay, so practice trading first. Please practice trading first before you commit money to the market. The simulator uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, it uses our real-time data. It is really simple to use. You just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. Pick how many shares you want to trade. The price you want to trade at. Let's just show you how you can take a trade on a pullback. I'd like to demonstrate that first. Let's say you wanted to take this WINT, but you don't want to take it right now. Maybe if it pulled back to 3, this level here, 302. I'll just show you how you can do it. 300 shares. I'm going to put 302. It may trigger very quickly. Okay, I'm going to click the buy button, and this blue line will show up on the chart. So if WINT goes down to 302, it'll take the trade. Okay, that's how you can take a trade. A lot of you probably, no, I don't know. I mean, I have no idea of everybody's trading style, but a lot of people like to take pullbacks to a certain price that they think, yeah, that's a good price, that's a good support area. So I want to take the trade there. So that's what I've just done. Could have done it the other way too. I could have said, you know what, if it takes out a level on top of the current price, I could have put the prices above, and you would have seen a blue line above the current price. Now, just a brief word about stops. Just looking here, guys. Stops and money management. So when you get into trading, guess what? Unfortunately, not every trade is going to work. So when you get into a trade, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade when it's not working for you. All right. Now, if you're new to trading, that's the tricky part, the difficult part. Where do I know what price should I get out at? So that's where chart reading experience is going to start coming in. I mean, look at this one right here. I mean, this is not a bad area right there. I mean, if I were in this trade right now in the simulator, that probably wouldn't be a bad area to get out, because there's a lot of support there. If it broke down through that, I probably should be out of the trade. Okay? So what I'm going to do is, this is now chopping around. What I want to do is just demonstrate how you can do that. Okay, I'm going to always say this. I want to make the math really easy. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of that. So see that blue line disappeared. I'm going to take the trade right now. Okay, I'm going to take the trade right now. I'm going to go in at the market. Oops. I'm going to go in at the market. So I just bought, I should have bought 500 shares. Okay, I wanted to make this math easy. I'm going to add the stop. I got in at 320. Okay, you're going to have to do quick math. Okay. Guys, WINT looks like it wants to rip again for a bit anyway. So I put the stop in at 20 cents away on purpose. I wanted to make this math really easy. I should have taken 500 shares to demonstrate, but so let's just pretend this was 500 shares instead of 300 shares. So put the stop in. And had I taken 500 shares, you would have seen minus about 100. So what I've done is this. So I first said, okay, this is my stop, and I could get taken out. I'm just looking here the way it's going, which is okay. Put my stop in. And why I wanted to take 500 shares, because the next concept is that, okay, if you get into a trade, how much are you actually willing to lose on the trade, dollar-wise? So if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So let's just say your account size dictates that you could maybe risk $100 a trade. So if the trade works against you, doesn't work, you don't want to lose more than $100 if you can help it. So that's why I wanted to take 500 shares, because now you see what the math is all about. Basically, you'll share size yourself based on your entry minus your stop. In this case, it was 20 cents. So I would take 20 cents, divide it into the $100 if that's what I was willing to risk. And I would have gotten 500. That's how you get 500 shares. Again, I just made a mistake. And then the next step is to obey your stop, because you can practice trading for a while, get used to the idea of putting stops, kind of sizing up. Yeah, I think I'm getting good at sizing up where a stop should be placed. But then the next step is obeying them, obeying the stop, and that's hard. We're so geared, or sometimes our ego doesn't want to sort of admit that we're wrong, or you get into something and say, well, that was great support. How come you can't break down through that support? Or just like I was saying, well, the news is, Oppenheimer's put an $8 price target on this. How can it go down? All right, so that's so key though, to obey your stop, because if you start doing things like this, moving your stop down and down and down as the price keeps approaching your new stop, it's a disaster. It can be a disaster. So that that $100 manageable loss could turn into $300, $400, $500, $600 before you finally give up and sell. And then you start kicking yourself, saying, "Why didn't I obey my stop?" So how to counteract that? Leave your stop in. Let the system take you out. Takes all the emotion out, and you move on. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, that's okay. Your broker will have something similar, so that you can put in a stop. Okay, this is if you happen to have an IB or an E-Trade account, though, you can use our charts. Yeah, I wish it didn't say that. It could be never robust. Okay, I wish it didn't say that. I wish they would take that stupid thing off. Coming soon. Sorry. There's a real issue with the API and all, and getting the real-time data. So I wish it would take that take it like off, or coming soon. I wish it would take it off. All right, guys, so there you have it. Now, if you notice here, there's sends also, guys, just showing up in the option scanner. SENS. What sort of room does it have? Could stall around 3. AMSC, though, I see is just 1530 was the alert right there, so it's continuing higher here. Just a word about this also. These are hotkeys, so if you want to get out of a trade, you just flatten it. You can get out of half your trade, or you could double your trade. Okay? Now, you could use this. You could sell like a specific number of shares if you want. Click the sell button. If you leave the trade in, you don't exit it at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So you can also practice swing trading using this, okay? So again, the Brokerage Plus window, though, is only available if you're using our downloadable application, not available if you're using our web-based version. All right, guys. Loop is an interesting one. Just over 11. Not really a big pullback here. What do we have looking left? 1130. See, again, I look at this. Maybe. I mean, 1130 is the next high looking left. Is that far enough away from 1104? I mean, if I knew it was going to get it to 1130 from 1104, yeah. I mean, that'd be a nice percentage increase. But I don't know that. Yeah, it's not huge volume. It's a low float. It's not huge volume. It's 4.5 times normal, but you're right, it's not huge volume. So again, guys, this is what I'm talking about. I mean, listen, I know there are some stocks that have had great follow through. I mean, look at this one right now, AMSC. But, I look at the Candy. These are ones that I was watching earlier. Candy. No follow through. Went so far. No follow through yet. The Mosey. No follow through. And then the BBIG. No follow through. So I'm just waiting. I'm waiting on some of these. I've got some price alerts set higher and see if they take them out later on in the day. But another one approaching maybe some resistance areas. 380 is the high right there for resin. Resonant. Yeah, LPTH is right here over the whole number. A little pullback on the 2-minute chart, LPTH. Low float, 22 million in the float. But look at this, coming right into the 200-day moving average at 304. Okay, there's that green line right there. Will it stall it? This is shortable also for me at Interactive Brokers. I mean, that 200-day, and right above that is 306 and 331. So I mean, it may just power right through. There's a lot of volume that came in on that 2-minute chart. A lot of volume came in. But you know that 200-day moving average can be a real stumbling block to get through. Or RMED, same kind of thing. I mean, the 200-day is far enough away. 537, there it is at 6. Big thing is, can it get through yesterday's high at 547 for RMED? Okay, give me a moment, please. Uh, William, I don't know. Did you short this one, AMSC? I mean, there's the top up here. Did you short this one as it got closer to that 16? All right, so on both sides. So nice move up. Now a nice move down for QFIN. All right, look at PSTI, guys. Huge pop here on volume. PSTI, huge pop on volume. Can it sustain over this level? If it can, I mean, it's got some room. I mean, if you look way up here, I mean, that would be the fantasy area. Can it hold for, or William, are you going to short this? There's a couple of topping tails right now. I'd be a little. It did not get halted. I'm surprised it did not get halted on that move. Obviously not. There it goes. It's continuing here. PSTI. Aliyah Manic. Okay, Bernd. Loop is interesting. I mean, the volume is not huge. That's the only issue. I mean, it is interesting. I mean, it's just inching its way up. For something that the volume is not that huge, the spread is okay. I mean, it's 4 cents right now. Here's sumo wrestling right here. S-U-M-O, sumo. And wow, what a level this is at. Look at this, 20. Now, what could it do here? There's the high right there is 2063. 2104 takes out, I mean, it's extended now on the 15s, but and the 5s. Okay, just give me a moment here. Okay, so Will, I, if you're talking about, for instance, the gap, the question was how do you adjust the 15-minute delay I have on some of my scans. The scan I'm sharing here, the gap continuation or reverse, if you load it, this does not have a 15-minute delay for you. I put it on for mine, okay? So that's number one. Number two, the only other one that has a 15-minute delay is in these two right here. This does not have a delay though, if that makes sense. Okay, I do put a 15-minute delay on these two, but you'll notice here, this starts right at 9:30. So this gives you I just don't like taking these trades if I'm going to take them early. So that's why I put here, but you see them right off the bat here if you want. Does that make sense, Will? So you don't have to take. I mean, if you want, you could. I think it defeats the purpose a little bit, but you could take the 15-minute delay off these two. You see, here it is. Right click. See, so there is the timer. So you could just, don't put 0 in there. Just delete the number and move on. But I think it kind of defeats the purpose. Here it is right there for you. All right, let's see what else is happening here. You guys are talking about Annie. Haven't seen Annie for a while. Yeah, I see some, good volume. I guess it did have a big day yesterday, but look at the sell-off though. So it gets up to 248 and it sells it's just not confidence inspiring, right? It gets up to 248 and it sells off all the way down to 164, and there's a 200-day moving average also. It just means that, so for instance, okay, I'm looking at any. Now let's get another one. Let's get one that's maybe more at the high of the. Okay, so the question is, what does the position in range mean in the column when it is red or green? So for instance, if I look at SENS, position in the 60-minute range, okay, it's almost at the high of the 60 minutes. You just see a little bit of white there. That means it's not quite at the high. Position in the days range, it means it's not quite at the high of the day. There's the high of the day. It's very close. There's the high right there at 293, so it's at 289. That's why there's a little swivel, but it's at the high of the 5-day range. Obviously, here's the previous 5 days. It's at the high, so that's why it's all the way over. High of the 20-day range. Again, look back, 20 days. But in the year, there's this little sliver of red there. That means, it's not quite at 50%. I could turn these, actually not here. I can't turn them into the percentages. I don't care. I like the pictorial or the graphical display anyway. 3-month range, it's not at the high of the 3-month range. There's some green there, or some white there. So this just gives you really at a glance, showing you where stocks are in the different ranges. Lifetime range, it's not, it's about, because that red, if it's red, it means it's just less than 50% of its lifetime range. Let's see if I can find another one that, see, look at this lifetime range. So it's not at the low, but it's very close, to its lifetime low. But, so these can kind of show you some stocks that are turning around without even having to look at the chart. So here's a stock that, is pretty close to its lifetime low, but look what it's doing in the last 20 days, last 5 days. Okay? It's obviously starting to climb for whatever reason. Okay? So, wow, look at AMC now, guys. Look at AMC right now. This is not over. So again, just at a glance, these position and range filters are pretty cool. You can size up at a glance. LPTH. Yeah, well, again, there's that 200-day moving average. So, unless it takes that out with any strength, it could really stall it. Okay, there's the VWAP too. I mean, I know where it is. I don't pay a huge amount of attention to the VWAP, but certainly aware of it. But I mean, look what it did. I mean, yes, it got a couple of pennies above the 200-day. As Real says, this is an area, but it struggled to get through it. Now, maybe a second attempt, maybe it gets through it. All right, guys. WINT may not be over. I just got to see if it can break out of here. I have an alert. In fact, I better put my alert back at 325. See if it can take this out again. No, not at all, Real. Not at all. You mean my area? No, not at all. My only sarcasm, if there is any, is the whole number. Yeah, the Sens actually was a pretty good one from the option scanner so far. 279, 295, almost straight up. There, PSTI. Just mentioned that just a little while ago. What are you doing, PSTI? It has some room. MBIO, guys. MBIO. What sort of... Looking left on that. There's the WINT, guys. WINT. This might get it rolling again. Well, guys, Sens, a big challenge at $3. Big area right here for WINT, guys, if it can take this 330 out. It's a tough one. Wow. Didn't take it out. Wow, that's a mess. That is a mess. Yeah, I'm going to leave this alone. You know, I was waiting for it, see if it's really hold over 330, and then look what happened. That's really messy. Okay, Sens is okay. Can you hold over three? I mean, you're chasing it now, unfortunately, on the fives. What news do they have? I don't see any specific news on Sens. The only thing is, of course, it has that big short float percent. Did Zach say this one was potentially one of the Wall Street bets? Or they're taking a look at it? I can't remember. Well, I know he said CLNE, but I thought he had two others that he was talking about also. I know he had two others. It was P. Yeah, no, he definitely had two others. Definitely CLNE. Definitely, it was also one. Yes, but he. I'd have to go back. I don't know where he posted it. Was it in the off topic or? Sense. Wow. Okay. We had a halt. So gig was halted and now resumed. So gig, yeah, not much volume though. All right, guys. Well, since and it's one of those Amex plays that Aja in our YouTube room talks about. Don't worry about news or anything. It's an Amex play. And yeah, there are no shorts available at which is good for me. If but I can't trust it. I mean, I just don't trust like a big move. So as always, guys, I'll always take some profit I want to see how this, I mean, this could rip higher. It might, but now shoot, look at PSTI though. This is one I really took a hard look at this. I didn't take this one though. I did not take PSTI. Yeah, well, that's why I took profit on the cents, but you know what? I'm completely out, but what I want to do is put a, well, I'm going to put an alert up here, 319 or so. Yeah, so I'm definitely in scalp mode, guys. Not on purpose, not because I'm going into the trade thinking I'm going to scalp it, but I'm just not seeing the follow through that I like to see that we saw for a lot of these smaller ones over this past couple of weeks. So just a bit of a different market for these small ones, for me anyway. Well, clean energy, actually, I haven't really, it's thumbnailed, I'm just noticing it now. So this is really starting to drift down. I mean, there was a huge pop when the market opened, 1126. All right, so eyes is showing up in the option scanner. Now, I love, I say this every time I see eyes. You got to root for them, whatever they're doing. You got to root for them. Just, they never seem to be able to hold their gains. Next high looking left is 633. So I'm sorry, the next high looking left is 732. I mean, listen, anything is possible. It's a low float, 17.9. Short float percent is huge, 22%. So it's got that going for it. All right, BT is having a comeback now. So it just made a new high. I think this reaction right here late in the day for PPBT and then after hours, I think that was an anticipation of a good presentation, and that didn't happen. Yeah, I'm just looking at a very quick headline. Purple Biotech ASCO presentation fails to cheer investors. So I think the lead up to it, maybe they thought, okay, they're going to talk, everything's going to be great. They released, boom. Meanwhile, LX. This is a little bit like Tiger, guys, TIGR. I mean, it's the same, it's a China fin. All right, so the only one I'm really looking at now from the previous little movers is maybe the BBIG. I mean, it's got the room, it's got the room. 486 is the next high looking left on that weekly chart. It's just been really choppy. I mean, I probably shouldn't look at it, but I do have an alert set up here around 420-ish. But it's been very choppy. Look at Sens. I mean, right back down under 3. Well, AMC is definitely on the move here, guys. I know we haven't talked too much about this one today. There's the high of the day, 56.26. I'm not in this one anymore, but Let's see what happens with this. I mean, the volume is still, I mean, look at the volume, 142 million. Still 2.2 times normal. Might trade the float by the end of the day. Might trade it. Volume would really have to pick up, but all right. I know what these guys do. Venus Concept, Vero. Some volume coming in. Vero. Canadian company. Okay. Interesting concept. Well, guys, I mean, I'll cheer them on. I'm not in it. Eyes, the alert was at 6:39. All right, I definitely want to keep an eye on this PSTI. There was the options scan alert 438. Again, I'm not playing options. I'm talking about just the stock. I don't trade the options in this. This is just showing us, though, that it's having an unusual option activity day. So it's just sneaking in. 2,200 contracts, 300% of normal, 310% of normal. And does it have room? It has room. I mean, look at the next high. The next high looking left is way up here at 506. So, I mean, it's got room. So let's see if it rests just a little bit and then starts to move again. 438 was the alert. So I'm going to stick an alert, price alert right up there. That's the option scan, Chris. Or I'm going to call you Chris, okay? Or Cry 5. It's the option scan, moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, M-Bio, interesting, through that 200-day moving average. Interesting. No, moving higher with unusually strong options. Moving high, it's this, moving higher with unusually strong options. All right, guys, I have to look. So there's BlackBerry, maybe trying to make a little move. AMC is, I mean, way ahead now, but there's BlackBerry, maybe trying to make a bit of a move here. Yeah, there's the VWAP. You're right. 1512 is the VWAP for BlackBerry BB. See how well it holds this. Oh, well, it doesn't have much to pull back to. 1512. Really? Our VWAP is usually pretty bang on. What? Okay, let me ask some other platforms. What do you guys have for the VWAP for BlackBerry BB? I mean, we have 1512, 1505 Questrade. Okay. There's AMC, guys, just made a new high. Really? Wow, that's a significant difference. All right, you're not looking. You're not looking. So when you click on my link, moving higher with unusually strong options. Moving higher with unusual. It's about the most verbose one I've got. Well, there's that controversy. I mean, it's a daily VWAP, okay? That's as far as I know. It's a daily VWAP. There's no 1 minute, 5 minute. Okay, so did you see it, Chris? Or Cry 5? Okay. You're here, right? You're in my scan section, right? It's right there. Moving higher with unusually strong options. You're in the scan section. Right here, right? All my scans are here, right there. You said you saw the option plays magic. It's just below it. Well, then there's something really... there's something then really wrong with all these different VWAPs, guys. Real, I always trust Real. What do you have for the VWAP for BB? 1513 for TOS. Okay, that's about the same. 1512. I'll take that one. 1515. Okay, so that's definitely in the ballpark. Okay, even 1506 I'll take, okay? I won't take 1580 though, so some of the other ones. Yeah, 1635, I mean that's way out of whack. Well, okay, well it's holding our VWAP. TI's VWAP, it's holding it. Okay, guys, now LPTH. Okay, now it is through the 200-day. It is through it. Now, can it keep going? What's the next high looking left? Is 331. All right, come on, BB. Are you going to do it? Well, we get into this a lot. As far as I'm concerned, that's the daily VWAP. That's the VWAP, okay? That is it. I know people talk about a 5 minute, a 15 minute. Maybe there are some programs that do something like that, but when we talk VWAP, I'm always talking the daily VWAP. Well, that's Jay. As far as I'm concerned, that is correct. But the VWAP is the VWAP is the VWAP. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Again, that LPTH still struggling really to get through that 200-day moving average. Meanwhile, Joan, wow, out of nowhere, well, not out of nowhere. I mean, it's an earnings play, and now the volume has really picked up. It's going to easily trade a million shares now, of course. Low float. Don't really recall ever seeing this one before. I don't know if this is an IPO back here. Maybe it was an IPO back here. Looks like it was. Where are they out of? So it's a U.S. stock. We don't have a flag. Yeah, so I don't really remember it at all, but pretty good. I mean, it launched back in March, early March. So around 12, and now it's at 16. Obviously it's its first earnings play. Oh man, AMSC, I just noticing showed up in the option scanner at 1580. Wow, I mean, right up to 1663 before it pulled back. And Jones shows up at 1650. So you know what? I mean, this is still. I mean, it's an all-time high. I mean, it could keep going higher. So let's check that QFIN, the VWAP. 3506, 3513. Okay, so that looks about the same. Wasn't there a $200,000 bet on it hitting 100 today somehow for AMC? Boy, what a great! I completely missed this from my option scanner. Doesn't mean you had to, but look at that, 1580, 1670 now. What I'm talking about right there, 1131. SPCE gets hit by a Kerrisdale Capital, unleashes short attack on them. SPCE, space. Did it? I haven't really looked at it, Box. I guess it did, eh? What A? How Canadian, sorry. And there's A, back high of the day, EH. So that was coincidental. All right, here's this SND. As you guys are talking about SND, it is shortable. Yes, it is shortable. 344. What is it coming into? The next high looking left is 367. So this is this looks ripe for somebody like William. It may be real. I'll only go yes, PJ. That's all I'm going to say. I don't want to divert the room. Yeah, this is looking like a really interesting short setup for SND. Little topping tail right there. Little topping tail there. What time is it right now? 11:43. Let's wait and see what the next 15-minute candle does. Good morning, Mrs. Welcome to the room. By the way, what time is it? Right, 11:43. Okay, I just want to do a quick check to make sure it is Andy in the room today when I take my break. Yes, he is. Okay, I'm just looking. Well, I've got, of course, my base. Well, what you see, I'm looking at. I'm also looking at my gap continuations. This one. See, not too many alerts, guys. I mean, very manageable, the number of alerts. And then the options. Again, yesterday we had, I don't know, I think we had about 12 or 13 plays in the, a lot of times you only get about 2 or 3 a day. So those are the ones I'm looking at. Again, I'm not. I mean, of course, my watch list, but I mean, my watch list a lot of times has very similar alerts from the other scans. Really watching this SND. Yeah, the spread just got a little wacko. Meanwhile, Colony, CLNY, what are you doing? Oh man, this is an interesting one. I mean, look left. So, I mean, this has got all sorts of room on the monthly chart. CLNY. The alert came the first time was at 7:42, so it's not that far from it. I only saw one IPO next week, Cam. I think I have it here. This, where are you? ZME. That's the only one I saw. Well, you don't have to have low floats for everything. I mean, it's just that if you want to see something that's going to really move, sometimes. I mean, yeah, but no, I don't focus. I mean, look at AMC. AMC's got a huge float, 480. It's very much the same as that one. 448 million in the float. Yeah, I don't know about Mosey. I mean, Mosey, I traded it early. It was just a really, really quick trade. I mean, yeah, it's hanging around this area. Got right up to that 10 level. I mean, 995. Really, 7. Maybe I was only glanced at it then. I could have sworn. Maybe I was just showing that one as an example of how to know exactly when an IPO opens. Maybe that's what it was. Let's see. Yeah, you're right. I don't recall seeing these ones. I really don't. I just saw the Tuesday one. Yesterday, anyway. I mean, maybe they were here. Maybe I completely missed them. No, you cannot exclude any tickers. I mean, that only comes into play really robust is if you're auto trading, right? And which we don't we don't recommend auto trading the AI. Because otherwise, there was not so many alerts that if you saw an alert and you didn't like the, for whatever reason, the sector or the price range or the volume, you just wouldn't trade it. When we get questions like that, usually it means that, you're trying to auto trade, which in that case you'd be auto trading everything. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the YouTube link in here. When I do take my break at noon, you can head over there if you want to. All right, guys, here you go. Here's a Wall Street's better WPG. They've got a hold of this right now. There's the 200-day, 590. That is far enough away. It's above the high of the previous 2 days. I mean, and you talk about the power, I use this as a demonstration, the power of the 200-day moving average. I mean, it was literally right to the penny where it stalled. Okay, guys, well, S&D completely reversed so far. Show me the system on a quick run through. Well, we're a scanner. We scan the stock market. So here's an example of a scan I put together as an example. Basic new highs and lows. So I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal. Minimum 400,000 shares, up or down 4%, etc. So these are filters that I put in. And then, so if a stock meets all these filter requirements and makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay, so that's what we do. We scan the stock market. You can also take a look at this. Even if you're obviously not a subscriber. You're not a subscriber, but if you take a look at the 20 lessons, it goes over all the big, wow, look at WPG. It goes over all the basic features of trade ideas. What is an alert window? What is a topless window? How to create them? What our AI is all about? The single stock window, okay? Iris, it's in my, if you go to my homepage, it's one of the scans I'm sharing called Basic New Highs, okay? Just go to my homepage, go to the scan section. It's called Basic New Highs. Basic New Highs and Lows. Well, that just didn't... I'm glad I held off on this. I was looking at this one right here. But maybe it's going to give us a better opportunity to short it as it gets closer to this 367 area, SND. Or not. I mean, listen, this might just keep ripping. What is SND? Support activities for non-metallic. Okay, I just want to see if there's any. Okay, so there is news, guys. I mean, there is some news. Wins favorable verdict in dispute with U.S. Well Services. Says the court ruled a U.S. well breached long-term take-or-pay master product purchase agreement. So, I mean, there is news. There is news on this one. Yeah, it's a 2-minute and a 5-minute chart. Yes. Hey, you're welcome, Iris. Boy, yeah. I mean, so there is news. I mean, it's not just out of nowhere. Low float also, 22 million on the, or in the float. So it's a low float situation. Look at you doing options now, William. Wow, SND. I mean, this news is you know, this is the news, guys. I mean, why this is going, well, didn't make sense. At least there's a reason for some of these. Sometimes you see these things come out of nowhere and there's no reason. Well, there is reason for SND. Thank goodness. Hopefully nobody shorted this one. Not yet anyway. Look at the volume coming in. I mean, it'll, now look left. I think it just broke through that 367 like nothing. I mean, at some point, yeah, it'll probably give it up, but when? Anyway, I'll be on my break. All right, guys, I'm just going to put that announcement in. I'll be on my break. Boy, SND. Okay, let me just get my announcement up. Are there going to be any more? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, obviously last year's was canceled because of the pandemic. And there won't be one this year either. I really don't know. Give me a moment. Wow. I mean, this is just, well, can I say it? This is severe rippage. I mean, this is really severe rippage. Look at the volume that came in. And let me just see when that news happened. So I'm seeing the headline news from Interactive Brokers right here. So, I mean, it wasn't quite there, but it was right on this candle here. So still plenty of time. Now, Huge move down, but I mean, just hi Sammy too. I mean, there's your parabolic. Look at that. Look at the volume that came in. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in YouTube, and then I'll take my break. Look at the volume, man, oh man. Now, for me, I could not have predicted that this was going to be the top. I would have loved to have seen this one, maybe have a little topping tail, and then another green candle, another topping tail, and then the fall. I mean, if you predict that was going to be the top, nothing I could do. Trademark, you're right. I should trademark the severe rippage. I think Andy is wanting to get back in. I see you there, Andy. Okay, I'll stop streaming, Andy, right now. Have fun.
Hello, traders. Can you hear me? Uh-oh, what did I grab there? All right. Hey, Aja, how are you, buddy? Uh-oh, did I move? Hold on just a minute. I'm moving stuff around here, and I got all whacked up, messed up here. Let me put this back there. There we go. All right. Hey, Grapple, how are you? Hi, Bob. All right. Hi, Iris. How are you? Good to see everybody. And welcome to the Friday support session. My name is Andy. Okay, I'm going to take you through the next hour. If you have any questions about the software, this is the best place to ask them. Hey, Joe, how are you? Hey, Praz, I'm going to call you. Let's see. Yes, thank you. Great to be back. Praz, yes. Okay, Praz. All right. Looks like we got a decent crowd. Thanks everybody for hanging on. This is the once again the Friday support session. My name is Andy, and hey, we can talk about anything you want today. But please, if you do have a question about the software, this is the best place to come and ask it. I'll do my best to help walk you through any difficulties that you might be having. Take a look at the market while we're waiting for some questions to come in. Kind of a nice gap up this morning off the week jobs numbers. That's been kind of typical over the last many years. People are thinking, well, they're not going to tighten if we're missing on the jobs number. But yeah, at some point we're going to probably have to face the consequences. I don't know what that'll mean, but it seems at some point we are going to have to eventually start tapering and raising interest rates. We'll see what happens. So, all right, looks like we have a question or two coming in. Is there a way to see all past the alerts for a particular strategy from Holly? See all past the alerts. Are you seeing anything else besides the alert, like you're talking about? You want to maybe dissect a strategy open and look and see what it does? Aja, I'm not sure what you mean there when you say past all the alerts. As far as it comes with, you can look at a lot of these alerts and kind of just eyeball the charts and tell a lot about what they're looking for. A hot one lately has been kind of this. It's not in here today. Let's see if it made the cut today. Didn't make. Yeah, separation from the 8 short. That's been one I definitely keep an eye on. But some of them you can just look at the name and look at the chart and get a real good idea of what it's looking for. Just want to see all the tickers Holly sent for a particular strategy. Okay. You can have a strategy column, and then you can also go into your AI trades blotter, and it will tell you if you put a trades today column in there, it'll tell you how many trades went from each strategy. So that's probably your best bet right there if you just want to see which strategies are triggered today. Obviously, only the ones that make the cut. We have about 45 or 50 strategies in there, and only the ones that have after back testing last night, have a certain winning percentage and a certain profit factor, will they make the cut. But yeah, that's your best bet, Aja. Just pull up this AI strategies window and make sure you have a trades today column in there just to see how many alerts. I don't know if you're talking about, there's no way to do it. Well, I guess you can use the history function. I don't know if the history function, I just think it works in a strategy trades window. I don't think it's going to affect. You can give it a shot and run a history and see if it shows you the number of trades taken there. I haven't tried that. I don't know if this one is kind of linked to history or not. All right. Do you think VSTM is going to break out anytime soon out of the consolidation here? Well, let's take a look. And all right, I'm glad. I hope that answered you there, Aja. VSTM. That's a very nice looking chart. I tell you what I would look for is I would look for when you make contact with this 10-period moving average. Maybe you have an 8-period moving average that is running a little bit tighter that you want to use, but a lot of times they will kind of wait for this moving average to kind of force the direction. Let me pull up my Epic pen real quick so we can kind of show you here. But yeah, it's very tough. Anytime you have a range, to predict when it's going to break out of that range. That's why when I use one of my favorite is this revenue growth fishing that I find a lot of good trades in. As a matter of fact, I'm in this SOL I've been in it for kind of a couple of days, just kind of anticipating this move. Been beaten up. Revenue growth, you can see there is 35%. So accumulate. I do this a lot, guys. I look for these flattening lines. This is one of my favorite trades. And take a small position, and then maybe you want to get that breakout, I'll add to it. So this one is setting up pretty nicely there. We'll see if that works. But once again, you can have a range in the lower part of the range, and it's very hard to anticipate, just like you were referring to on this VSTM, which I'll pull up, and we'll talk more about that, because it can be a very explosive pattern. And what I would kind of zoom in on is seeing when this, makes contact. And a lot of times what will happen is on the open, it'll drive down and make contact with that 8-period moving average. Now, the psychology of it, a lot of times what I'll do, if these things go sideways too often, a lot of times I just feel like, there's a lot of people, a lot of people in this stock, and it seems like, I hate to use the term they, so I'm not going to use the term they, but it seems like the stock a lot of time will take a dive down before it, goes down, just to kind of flush out all these, people that may be in the stock and putting this as a stop. I see that a lot of times, but that is still a very powerful chart. Anytime you have a big move like that and it doesn't give up any, it sit here and goes sideways, that is very powerful. The hard thing is just, knowing when it's going to go. And I'm one that kind of likes to anticipate the move versus waiting and buying it when it takes out this high. A lot of people, they want to see the confirmation of the range break and buy that. A lot of times I like to anticipate. And but keep an eye on that moving average there. I think that could help you, maybe gauge when it might go. Let's see. Yeah, Iris, I know I talked about it last week. I did have a couple of scans that I did in my webinar. Unfortunately, they're not, they're just kind of homework scans. I was looking, I'll go ahead and share them. It was called, because I know you liked it, it's called Climbing Up the Mountain and Other Side of the Mountain. The one I started on was this other side of the mountain. And basically what it does, it looks for stocks that are possibly, putting in a top. Seeing a lot of stocks lately. Apple was in this. It was in this. You got a kind of a top here, and then what happens? It makes a lower kind of highs, and below all its moving averages. You got to kind of be careful if you trade those. I was giving Apple as a good example, although I think Apple's having a good day today, but we'll see what happens. That's doing okay, but it's still kind of below, it's 10, 20. But this is a good example. Now, I'm not saying Apple has topped, but for the short term, when you start seeing these trends like this, a top there, and then what happens is it makes a lower high, and then now it makes a lower high right there, and now you're below all these averages. So the reason I created this is not for you guys to go out and short Apple, but you can. These can be, as a matter of fact, Tesla would have been in here a lot. Tesla's probably been one of my, up there at the top of my most profits for the year. I've shorted Tesla like 4 times. And it had this same pattern, it's on the other side of the mountain. So, but even if you're not a short, you don't like short selling, this will keep you out of trades once you learn to identify these patterns. Once these like strong stocks that have been strong for years, all of a sudden they change their attitude and their bounces aren't as big anymore. They're being met and putting in, lower highs. So you got to be careful anytime you see a pattern like that, because if you're accustomed to trading Apple, and I see traders make this mistake all the time, if you're accustomed to trading Apple, let me grow this. During this phase, where you just pretty much any pullback you bought, you're going higher, even right here a few times. But now it seems to be changing its attitude. Now that can change if Apple, gets back above, these levels right here. Maybe it'll be in for a potential break in this downtrend line, but. So anyway, I wanted to create this for people who may want to look to shorting some stocks, or at least give people an idea of what they may want to stay away from. If you're thinking about buying a stock and you see it in this other side of the mountain, you might want to hold off. But anyway, let me share that with you, because and a lot of people think good alerts have to be the ones that show you the right entry and so you can get in and make a lot of them. Some of your best alerts are just ones that you can use a scanner and find potential trades, mark them up. In other words, put price alerts in it, whatever you're going to do, and then let the price come to you. That can be the most beautiful trades, I'm telling you. some of my best trades are ones where I set alerts and I forget about it and I just wait for the alert to go off. And sometimes I'll just set a bid or an offer and just forget about it. And then a few days later, all of a sudden I'm hit. And I'm like, I call it an old crap trade, because the first instincts are, I'm using the nice term, old crap. But that's your first instinct. That's your first words when you get hit, and then those turn out to be the best trades. All right, so let me share this. And I'll put it in there. Other side of the mountain. And the other one was just the inverse of it. I flipped it, and I'll sell. Oh, I'm sorry. That was climbing up that I just shared with you. Here's the other side of the mountain. And climbing up is just the inverse of other side of the mountain. Where you basically, you find stocks that have been kind of beaten up, but now they may be changing their attitude. That one I didn't like as good, because a lot of those stocks have kind of had a nice move. I like to catch them early, but anyway, Iris, that's really all I have. Maybe I'll work on trying to put together a really powerful alert window for you. That it's tough to do. It really is. When you've been, I've been using this since inception, so it's been 15 years, and so you kind of exhaust all your ideas. But I can usually, if I really think about it, I can put something together. See, there's that soul and that revenue growth fishing. Another one I bought this morning that was a very good call from Michael was this F-Tech at 223. Strong move. And I'm telling you, okay, this is, I did a webinar about this the other day, guys, and once you learn how to maybe trade some of these bottom fishing stocks and when to go in, I swear I've made more money on that than I have buying, like the other day I bought GE at, right here, I think I read 1430, strong looking chart, looked like it wanted to go, and, I'm underwater in that one. I'm not giving up on it. I didn't buy a huge size. This is going to be probably one, if it does break out, will be nice. It's going to be a multi-year high if it takes out this high over here. But again, I would rather buy lows than buy highs personally. And that's just me. I trade these well, and I'm not going, and you're going to find me buying a lot of these. Bought Solo the other day down here. Started nibbling right here. You can get some huge percentage gains. Now I'm already out. I think I took about 25 to 30%. Left some on the table, that's for sure, but that's okay. If I can get 25 or 30%, a lot of times I'll just bang it out and move on to the next trade. All right, let me move on. I want to set up a scalp strat when it crosses the 8 EMA. Okay. Unfortunately, Siri, at this point, they're coming at some point. I just don't know when. You have to use the 10 SMA. SMA, that's the closest you're going to get to an 8 EMA. Now you can get them on our charts, right? You can get EMAs on our charts, but we don't have them in filters yet. So you're going to have to use an SMA, and like I said, the 10 SMA is going to be real close to that 8 SMA. What you would want to do is just, start from Tools. New, and you want to go to an alert window. Oh wait, let me close out my docking window because it's going to open in the docking window, and I don't want to do that right now. All right, so this is a good question from Siri. So pull up a new alert window, start from scratch, just double click, okay, and think about what you're wanting to see. Okay, you're talking about we don't have an 8 EMA, but let's use the 10 SMA for now until at some point we will get those. So let's just do search for 10 SMA. And are you talking about the daily SMA? Are you talking about a 15-minute, 5-minute? Hi, Sam. Happy Friday to you too, buddy. Hey, Mike C. Missed you yesterday, man. Siri, if you're still here, are you talking about a daily moving average, an intraday moving average? I need a time frame to work on this. He may have stepped away. All right, I'm going to move on to the next question until he comes back, because I don't want to do it without him being here and hearing it and seeing it. So if you're out there, Siri, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to move on to the next question for now. All right, process. How to copy configurations from different alert windows and paste into a single multi-strategy window. Well, good question. So what you want to do, okay, say I have an alert window. Let's say this A window right here. Remember, it has to be an A window, and you did say alert window. That's good. And you want to copy and paste it into a new multi-strategy window. Okay, the first thing you want to do is go to the New tab and launch a multi-strategy window. And it's going to launch in the docking. That's our new, when you get the new version, which you hopefully will get it maybe sometimes next week. We're still working on the kinks. It's going to launch from it's going to launch into what we call a Pro Dock window. Okay, I wasn't keen on this at first, but once you learn how to figure it out, it's going to be nice. I'm still kind of adapting to this. But here's your multi-strategy window, and what you can do is just click it and drag it down here into the window, okay? And then you can duplicate into a free-floating window. Okay, so now we have that into a free-floating window, and let me see if I close this out. Hopefully that one stays. And it does. So there you have it. That's the way if you don't want to move it into a dock. And from what I'm told and what I'm seeing, I think a lot of people are going to like this, you know, and I've used it. There's a lot of things you can do with it. I need to get more acclimated to it, but and to spend some more time with it, with all the things you can do with these docks. So the advantages are going to far outweigh any getting used to that you're going to experience. All right, so we have a multi-strategy window here. You want to make sure it's blank. Okay, one of the problem is I've had people that may have had a multi-strategy window before, and they saved it as their default. Okay, that's going to screw things up. Okay, what you want to do is you want to make sure when you pull it up, it's blank like this. Okay, that way you can start working on a whole new multi-strategy window. And if it's not, what you want to do is just right-click and just clear everything out. Just close out all your strategies, okay? Make sure it's blank after you close out all your strategies, and then you can save that as your default. Just go save as default, like that. All right, so now we have a blank multi-strategy window and an A window. And what we want to do is copy this into the M window. It's very easy. What you want to do is just use the word collaborate, find the collaborate, okay? and you're copying this code. So we just now have the code for this A window, and you want to come over here to the M window and make sure you go to new strategies first. If you're going to build a M window, you want to build strategies inside it. So you want to make sure you go to new strategy, hover over it, and then go to collaborate. Okay, and then paste all. There you have it. There's the pullback above 50 SMA long swing. And I don't think, let's see if I have another alert window. Let me just pull one over. Okay, here's another alert window. Let's say we want to add this one inside there. Okay, we want to go right click again. What are we going to do? We're going to collaborate. Okay, and we want to copy this code. We're copying from the A window. So copy. Come back to your M window. Strategies. We're going to go to new strategy. Okay, and collaborate again. Paste all. Now we have this one. Now, when it comes to the M window, it's not going to bring over the color coordination from the A window because it has no idea how many strategies you want to put in there. So you're going to have to design your own color, but it's very easy. Let's say in this case, this is a long one. So what we can do is just go to strategies, colors. Okay, and you're going to have an option for a foreground. I always like using black, which is defaulted to. And background, we'll go with this kind of soft green. That's what it looks like. Boom, we just color coded that one. Now we can go in here and go to I'll take that, which is a bearish strategy. Go to colors. Foreground, we'll keep it black. Background, we'll go with this kind of light pink, whatever color that is. And there's the color. Boom, there you go. So we just moved 2 windows in here. You could do this once you get good at it. You can do it in 30 seconds. You know, probably put 3 strategies in there in 30 seconds. If you see text, if you see these icons in there and you don't like that, just go. I always go to properties and text headers, and now we got a multi-strategy window with 2 strategies in there. And I hope that works for you, pros. Hope you got that. It's pretty easy as long as you remember, you know, you're copying from the A window and pasting into the M window and use the word collaborate. Oh, Bern, yes, how are you, buddy? You changed your name on me. I didn't know what to expect when I saw that. I'm not even Alia Maniac. But yeah, I'll have to remember that is burned. Good to see you. Got you a new icon and everything. New avatar. All right. Who was that? A prize. I hope you got that. Let me know if you didn't. I can walk you through it again on that. Creating a multi-strategy window with A windows. FTech setting up again, maybe for another possible move. Box I've been in for several days. Bought back here on the earnings day, and I added to it there. Looks like it may. Well, I mean, there's really nothing to prevent this thing from going to this wick up here, but nothing's ever set in stone when it comes to trading, that's for sure. I have taken half of that position off. Still have half. Another bottom fishing that I did was Rocket. You can see right here. Kind of put in, you know, a nice little lower high right here and was going sideways after this all-time low right there. Bought it actually bought this day and then added to it here. Once again, I'm out of about 75% of that, still have about 25% of it left. So you see, I do fancy some bottom fishing at sometimes, and I'm telling you, a lot of people will, good traders will never support, or not, that's not the right word, will never condone trading like this. I mean, but hey, it works for me. If you make money doing it, there's no bad strategies. Well, look at that volume in this one. What's going on there today? That's huge. Keep an eye on that one. Put one up here in case it wants to get going again. All right, let me see here. Any more questions? Just want to see all the years. Holly says, got that one, got that one. All right, looks like we're all caught up. Let's take a look around the market here. IWM's not in play. The small cap, you can see they're just barely up on the day in the IWM compared, obviously, to the Qs, which is, they haven't done anything for a while now, and they're having their day. That's the kind of rotation you get in this market. SMHs are on top there. All right. Interesting chart there to me. Got this trend line right there that is trying to get through. Okay, there's your low. You popped up out above this 10 and 20, and now you're kind of going sideways. This is one you might want to watch. Very similar to that kind of that range look. It's touching its 10-period moving average. Throw an alert in there in case it gets above. And the main reason, if I'm just looking to make maybe 3 to 5% in a trade, I'm not going to trade something like this. I'd rather just go trade some momentum stocks where you can get that, pretty quick. What I like about this method is the risk, versus the reward. You're going to make, in a lot of these stocks, when they do move, you're going to make easily 20 or 30% to the upside. So that gives you, it gives you a couple of things. You can trade much smaller size, okay, because you're going to get that big gain. And your downside risk is kind of limited. Okay, if these don't work and they fall back into their range, you can get out pretty quick, unless you want to, play a really small size and give yourself, think about it. If you're looking at a 2-to-1 reward to risk, if you're going to make 20 or 30 to the upside, you can give yourself 5 to 10% on the downside easy, because you're still going to make probably 3-to-1. So yeah, you can give yourself 10%, on something like this, if you're trading the right size, obviously. But it works for me. See if there's any. There was a couple in here today. This one is setting up nicely, but it's a biotech, which I don't trade a lot. I don't like holding biotechs, but this one, it's a $5 stock, so I'm not sure. You can't get hurt too bad in something like this. I love the pattern here. If it takes out, this, I'd say this range right here, but It's a biotech. I don't trade a lot of biotechs. They're just too goofy for me. Another one, another pharmaceutical. It's been basing for a real long time. Things been basing for 2.5 months. You could stick a one about right there and see what happens. Could always trade it for a day trade if it breaks through that level, because it could be. And another thing I look for too when I'm trading these patterns, it won't keep me from trading it, but I love it when I see those pattern breaks with volume. Kind of like F-Tech today. We saw this F-Tech that I am in. And look at the volume. Relative volume was higher than that. You could see all the volume that was coming in here on the break. That's what I like to see. It was breaking out of this kind of range right here. Terrible drawing, Andy. And was doing it on really good volume. This was the day after earnings, so it did make it to that level right here and push through that high. So hopefully, this thing can move up, and at least I would love to see it at least get it up here, close to $3. Now this one, like I said, I got from Michael. This is not this revenue growth's not in there. But you don't have. It doesn't have to find these nice little patterns like that. You can always take this revenue growth fishing and take out the quarterly revenue growth that I have as a filter, and you would catch a lot of these if you want to do that. All right, looks like the question box is empty. I got about, looks like 25 more minutes. Docu's having a good day off earnings. All right, let me see what else is going on here. See if I can find anything worth. GE's trying to kind of put in a base down here. See if we can get going. Let's check the meme stocks. I don't think they're too active today. Nah, nothing going on there. Nothing going on there. Definitely nothing going on there. So it's a Friday. I guess the Wall Street Bets guys are taking a 3-day weekend, I guess. Unless you guys know. I'm sure there's something out there. See, not a bad day from Holly today. Let's take a look. A couple of E and V trades from two separate strategies there. doing well. Just went to highs. So some nice trades there. Sienna on highs, doing well. Definitely a good one there. PSX looking good. Not a bad day. You can see there, look at the profit versus very little loss. And they still look like they can get something going, except for this here. Looks like it may be getting tired here. Volume doesn't lie, man. This is one that I submitted probably, 5 years ago. It makes it every now and then. It's one of those ones where it triggers off of volume, certain volume. It's got to be up on the day and strong volume. And then once it hits this volume level, it triggers. But let's see if that can get anything going there. It is an earnings play. We'll see. Oh, man. Okay, Barry's saying a guy is asking about. Hold on here. I got my window all jacked up here. Get my. The guy asking about customs for average true range is a no-go. Yeah, you can't do a custom for an average true range on that. I'm not sure where I. Oh gosh, I'm sorry guys. For some reason my chat window was not scrolling down. Sorry about that, guys. And let me see who else I missed. Man, I don't know why my window got stuck and was not doing it. Okay. Yes. Sorry about that. Yeah, we do not have any customs for average true range. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Gosh dang, man. This thing was just really stuck. Oh, man. Asiri, we'll get back to yours, Asiri. Okay, let me go back. I think I found the back here. Koopa. I'm new to trader. I've watched videos, but I still don't have a great setup. Are there start from templates available, or do you recommend using the channel bar to start? Yes, Coop. I would definitely go, as a new trader, go to the channel bar, and I would recommend going to the Trader's Vault, okay? That's going to have about 34 of our favorite windows in there. And the best way to learn is just start going through some of those. You're going to find all of mine are going to be in there. There's Extreme Master Blaster and Extreme Volume High-Low Pro. And just go in and start looking at the filters to see kind of how we created everything. That's the best way to learn how to build your own alerts. You'll get some great ideas. Position and range. Those are my favorite alerts. I like to tell people, if you can imagine a stock, you can pretty much build it. A chart. You can pretty much build it, with our position and range filters. So that's what I would do. Okay, just get in there on maybe this weekend and just start looking at some of these scans. And Traders Vault is a real good place to start, because that's our best windows from the traders here at Trade Ideas. And you can get a really, really good idea of how to start building your windows. You customize your own windows. All right, could you also copy multi-strategy window and then copy to a new multi-strategy window? Could you also copy multi-strategy window and then copy? I'm not sure what you're saying there. You mean, you have to, anytime you're building a multi-strategy window, you have to, build one strategy at a time. Now you can go in there and you can customize your own strategy, new strategy. You just go into the configuration and you can add a strategy that way. You cannot, in other words, well, I take that back. If you had a multi-strategy window like this and you launched a new multi-strategy window and you wanted to copy and paste in there, you can go to strategy and grab the one you want and go to collaborate, and that will work too. You can get pretty creative. Now, as far as copying a whole multi-strategy window to a new multi-strategy window, the easiest thing to do is just duplicate the window. I'm not sure that would be the easiest way. I see no reasons why you should copy, one into another one. You just duplicate the window. All right, let me catch up here. How do you save a top list and be able to open from drop-down menu? You can't. Okay, that's kind of archaic. We started this, so I think you're talking about this function right here, where if you go in here and you show strategy menu, you cannot customize these. These are preset from, and like I said, I'm surprised these are even still in there. These are preset from our predefined strategies that we have in the configuration window. Okay, so yeah, I'm sorry you cannot add yours into here. And yeah, we kind of once we came up with the cloud, we kind of did away with a lot of these kind of archaic methods of doing things. So sorry about that. Okay, new music project. Had to update your YouTube channel ID. All right, buddy, we got it. I'm gonna still refer to you as Burned if you don't mind. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we got those questions. And let's see. Okay, it looks like I'm finally catching up here. And yes, I'm sorry about those average true ranges. There's nothing we could do. Nothing we could do as far as a custom goes there. So glad I caught up. Sorry about that. Yeah, I must have accidentally hit my little scroller thing and it locked and wasn't updating for me. All right, let me make sure this is all the way down and it's working here. It looks like I got everything. All right, we're all caught up. I've got about 13 or 14 more minutes in here, guys. If you have any questions, I do have it set up where it should be updating as soon as the new questions popped in there. I'll keep my eye on it just in case. My revenue growth fishing is getting thinner and thinner here. I'm not sure what's going on. When they get out of a certain range, they will, or if they pull back. IBKR had a nice volume bar yesterday. I'm not sure what that was all about. Interactive Brokers. Oh yes, yes I can, Praz. This is the pullback above that. That one is not in there because I created this before I did my last update in the Traders Vault. So let me share this. It's a good one. Let me just go in here and grab it so I'll quit making all these duplicates in my cloud. I got to go through and clean that thing up. Pullback above 50 SMA swing. Call it pullback swing. There you go, Praz. That's a good one. And what it looks for is stocks that, and if you look in the configuration, you'll see how I build that. This is a great example. It's BMY. You have a stock that's in an uptrend, and the reason I know it's in an uptrend because it has to be above its 50-day moving average. Okay, so we know it's at least been in an uptrend for the last 50 days in most cases. NCTY just went off. Let me clear that out. And what you have here is a stock, but it has to have pulled back in the 5-day time frame. This has actually been pulling back for about 8 or 9 days, and then you have what's called a bar reversal, and you get signaled right as it takes out that high right there. So you can see you can get very creative, with your alerts there. So this is a good one. Now I have to say, it works better when we've had a nice little pullback in the market, but still you can still find some good stuff in there. There's another nice looking chart there. Okay, zoom out. Okay, even though it's nowhere near, this will keep you from chasing all-time highs, buying this wick up here on this, not all-time, but maybe a 4-month high. You're not chasing. You're letting the pullback come, and then you're waiting on a bar reversal and it gets signaled. So there's another good example of a potential, trade. That one is kind of sloppy there, and it's still below its moving averages. That may be that's a ADR. There you go. So it definitely works. But I really like this when you have a nice pullback. Let's say you have a 3 to 5% pullback in the market. I really start watching this close because I know these stocks have held up. They have to be above their 50-day moving average, and then you're getting that bar reversal. So keep that in the back of your mind when you're it's a good one there. As a matter of fact, until recently, this one backtests very well. Now, we've gotten into a very sloppy market over the last couple of months here, and so a lot of these would have gotten stopped out on some of these crazy days. But we'll see. Maybe we can finally take out this high at some point. This will come back in play, but and start backtesting well again. All right, let's see if I missed anything. There you go. There you go, Burn. It's cool though. I'll remember you if not, so don't worry about it. Check out my box over here. Still hanging in there. GE, that's why I have an alert down here. I'm probably gonna come down. It probably wants to come down and tag this 10 period moving average. Maybe a good buy point there if it does. We'll see. All right, about 5 more minutes, guys. And now we got some more stocks in this one. Lizzie. China stock. They do. Audio ecosystem, which consists of audio-based social networks, podcasts, content. Sweetness scanner. Oh man, it's funny that you mentioned that. I do that all the time. I'll create something. Oh, I'm always creating these like for webinars, but you're right. Let's take a look at that. It'd be a nice one to finish on. I forgot all about that. Sweetness top list. And let's dig in and look under the hood and see what we got here in the configuration. Ooh, a lot of filters. Price is $2.50. Earnings per share. This is just a hack to filter out all the ETFs. Position in 5-day range. It cannot be above the 75% mark, which means we want it at least 25% off of a 5-day high. Position in previous day's range has to be near or through barely the previous day's highs. Change from 20-day, 50-day. Position in range, that would be the intraday range. 500, yeah, let's take a look at this and see what we got here. I forgot all about this. Thanks for bringing it up, Aja. Well, there you go. You probably would have seen this in here. WH. Well, some nice looking dailies so far. GNRC. It's been a while, Aja. Yeah, I can see these being some nice potential trades. I'll have to, thanks for bringing that up. I have to go in and look at some of these, pay more attention to some of these ones I built a while back, and they, they get hidden down in my cloud, and I got to go back and find them. I can't, everything I created, obviously I can't make it part of my default layout. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Bern. I appreciate it, buddy. Stephanie says, hi, any tips on for how to start trading more seriously for beginners? I bought Mossy stock and it's going up, but I realized that I should learn more before trading blindly. Yes, good question, Stephanie. And for beginners, there's a lot of stuff that you're going to have to learn, and probably the best way, when I started trading, I would sit there, been 25 years ago, and I would sit there and just kind of watch the market 6.5, 7 hours a day. Looking at stocks, you definitely want to get some technical analysis, okay? And there is a book called Japanese Candlestick by Steve Neeson. Okay, I would highly recommend this book. It's been kind of the Bible of technical analysis for the last probably 40 years. They do have a newer version out. It's not too complex. In other words, you're not going to be learning high-level CMT kind of stuff. It's going to keep you kind of on some of your basic chart patterns. Once you get a feel for just basic support, resistance, trend lines, moving average, simple moving averages, or EMAs, whatever you want to use, I don't get too much into. I think some people overanalyze stuff by using a lot of MACD. I mean, all this. There's so much stuff you can use, and the problem is if you start using too much of it, you'll want all the stars to line up, and you'll miss good trades. So this will teach you just some of the basics of chart reading analysis. But I would definitely. It's by Steve Neeson. It's a great book. Probably the greatest. It's over 100 years old. If I see Reminiscence of a Stock Operator, okay, this is a good. I think they have. I bought the recent one too, but I would get probably there's a the oldest one is kind of written in Old English and it's kind of hard to read. So they have a newer version. So make sure I would get the one that's kind of more up to date as far as the language and English goes, but great book on crowd psychology. They called this guy the boy plunder. He was just really great book. It's going to teach, and some of the greatest quotes ever written, and still used by many people today. And there's a few out there on. Trading in the zone, I think, is another one. The good. I don't get too caught up in the psychology of it. I think that's something you kind of have to learn on your own. But that's just me. It worked best for me through experience. But first, I would definitely go with that Steve Neeson book, the one on Japanese candlestick charting. It's a great one. And then, focus. Get in Barry's trading room. Get in that live trading room. There's a lot of good traders in there, and just listen and at the logic of why they're looking at something. And I don't know if you're going to be a momentum trader, a day trader, or a swing trader, but whoa, it's a big O. I opened up in the MVIS. Take a look at that. I always got to look at that. Okay, I was kind of breaking out there. But so would you just sit and view the market as a whole? Do you find you were able to learn? Well, you have to get into the game, and it sounds like you're already in the game. Don't rush into the game. You definitely want to paper trade for a couple of months. Paper trading will only go so far, though, because your emotions really don't kick in until you start putting live money into trades. So, but at the same time, you want to have some knowledge of the game. I shouldn't call it the game, but the business before you start throwing live money. The great thing about going live is you can go live with really small size. I mean, I still remember my very first trade. It was like 100 shares, and it was so exhilarating. It's like, oh no, this is real money, So your emotions won't kick in during paper trading. It's going to take. But you need to be serious about it when you're paper trading. Trade as if it were live money. I see a lot of people come in and they trade this huge size when they're paper trading. Don't do that. Just trade as you're going to when you start. Small size, and then when you do start going live, just do it with like I said, small size. And what I meant by just watching the market, a lot of people, I saw a lot of traders come and go. I used to trade on the floor. That's how we had to do it back then. And I would see them trade maybe the first 2 hours of the day, and then take it off, go take a nap, go have breakfast. And it's amazing how much knowledge you can obtain just by watching the market. Now, I know everybody can't do that. Some people may have another job and things like that. That's fine. But as much as you can, spend as much time just watching the market. And I'll end on this because it's to me, it was like those three-dimensional pictures that you look at, stare on a wall, and it takes you forever and ever and then finally you kind of just relax and lose focus and everything comes to you. The same thing can be said about trading. I don't know. You start to just subconsciously see so much stuff over and over, and then it just kind of comes to you. That, and obviously there's going to be some bumps along the way for sure, but that's part of the learning process. All right, Stephanie, I hope I gave you some helpful information there, but definitely spend time in that trading room too. Nothing, watching good traders trade and understanding why they're doing it. All right, let me get Barry. He may be knocking on the door here. Let me see. Guys, have a great weekend. Enjoyed it today. Some great questions. And we will see you next week. And I'll be signing off once he signs on. So thank you guys. Appreciate it. Oh, let me pull up my OBS. Make sure oh boy. Okay, looks like he's starting now. Thank you, Grapple. Have a good one. Thanks, Stephanie.
You know, guys, I'm really, really, really watching this AMSC just in case this topping tail. I mean, if you were watching it like I was, you know, right up here, I mean, this got really crazy. I'm just waiting to see if it can get crazy again. AMSC, sorry, AMSC. I'll put my alert up here around 1736, see if it takes that out and gets the spread a little bit tighter. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I guess I'm back. I can't call you whatever, Aliamanik. Barent. All right, guys. Well, there's BBIG. Do I dare take it again? It's got all this room. It's got all this room all the way up to 486 on that weekly chart. Yeah, you know, it took me a while before I got your pronunciation correct. Now you want to change names on me. You got to be kidding me that you are a swinging T-cat. Are you kidding me, Lily? Or are you just having fun with the group? You know, it's funny. I took this off thumbnailed, my thumbnail charts, MVIS, a little while ago. I guess I shouldn't have. My goodness. So this is your Wall Street bet stock that is really kind of trading on its own today. This is really doing its thing. Well, here's another one, guys. This is, I guess, maybe an IPO back here. Maybe. Let me just back this weekly chart out. No, it's not an IPO. Okay. All-time high, though, CLFD. Not very much volume, but it is an all-time high for CLFD. Don't know if there's any specific news on it. Okay, Mr. Big. Mr. Big. There it goes, Mr. Big. Be big. Not Mr. Big, but be big. If you took this one, the next area to be aware of is 486 on the weekly chart right there. If you took this one. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, Zach said something about Sorrento just a bit. Yeah, look at this. Wow, look at the volume coming in. Coming into, where's the next high looking left is 854. So, I mean, is it shortable? It is shortable. It is shortable. So, you've got a couple of things above it. There's the 200-day moving average, 878. You've got the next high, which was yesterday's high, that could easily stall it. And as usual, the dreamer, there's the news from Interactive Brokers. And just like this is the news. I'm sure this is what Zach was talking about. This is the news. Right there, look at that. I mean, it's right there near that high of yesterday, 855. Is this halted? I know it's not halted, it's just not trading. I mean, it's trading, don't get me wrong, but it's at 839, 840. It's just been sitting at 839, 840 for the last little bit for Sorrento, SRNE. You're right. SPRT is now starting to rip higher, a little bit higher now, as is RMED. Guys, if you want action, this is this momentum up is if you want action, stocks that are really moving on volume bursts. And that's one of the ones I'm sharing, Momentum Up, it's called, from my homepage. Well, this is so interesting. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, it is just sitting at 839, 840, 839, 840. It's trading, but it's just trading 839, 840, 839, 840. This is bizarre action for something that just screamed higher on huge volume. It's a big float, 262 million in the float, but I mean, it just screamed higher, and now, oh, there it goes. It just broke out a little bit. 842, 843. Oh man, look at this. 7 million in the float for a $33 stock. Not very much volume. But you know what? Its spread is okay. Only a nickel right now anyway. Well, I probably modify. I mean, the turbo brakes is fine. I think it has the same type of look in terms of the 1 minute and the 5 minute. I just modify it maybe to a higher minimum volume and probably a price range. But it's going to be similar. I haven't looked at it for a long time, but I think it is going to be similar. Yeah, I would have thought that the spread on this CYBE with the low float and not very much volume would have been a lot worse, but it isn't. That's interesting. I'm actually trying to short this SPRT. I'm looking at a channel. It looks like it, and I can't get a fill. And it does say that it's shortable. How many shares are available? 47,000. Yeah, I can't get a fill. It's not, the 10% rule is not in effect, obviously. Meanwhile, RMED crashing through that 200-day moving average. What's the next high looking left? 637 right there. Man, takes this out. I mean, look, guys, 637, 641, 638, 637. Man, it gets through that area. Then you've got 769. Huge area for it to get through. I'm going to put an alert at 641. I mean, it's already up 45%. Low float. Well, you know what's had an interesting day is, well, it's very choppy though. CHPT and had the big drop and actually was a gap down and go. Had earnings. Look how choppy this is on the 15-minute chart. Sorry, shouldn't even shown this one. Okay, Yenif, I'll do the best I can. Post your questions to somebody from our YouTube room. I didn't get it. Sugar. Went too quickly. The RMED. I would have liked to just even taken, well, what I wanted, the number of shares I had, and it would have been probably a quick scalp. I do see it's at the top of a channel, so I wouldn't anticipate too much more. Let's see if it can rest a bit. But look at this. I mean, you know, it's got all sorts of room now. 769 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Wow. Well, okay, when you say you want to set up a scanner for a 5-minute candle, you have to be a little more explicit. I mean, we have 5-minute highs. I don't know if that's what you want. You know, 5-minute highs. Now I'm ticked, guys. I am supremely ticked. RMED. I had a whack of shares I wanted to take, and I just didn't get them. Oh well, there'll be another one. Okay, so I'm trying to answer somebody in our YouTube room. So it depends what you're talking about. A 5-minute candle. I mean, we've got 5-minute highs. We have 5-minute highs. We have 5-minute ranges, you know, both in dollars. We have the change in 5 minutes. So I don't know what you want. We have consecutive 5-minute candles. Oh man. Okay. In summary, what was I saying about the RMED? I said, listen, if it can take out this area right there, which was 641, 638, 637, 637, right here. And right here this past week too, 637. Look at all the area, look at all the topping tails or the tops of candles on the weekly chart that were there. Once it took that out, look what happened. So, I mean, you know, notice I didn't say to take the trade. I wanted this trade desperately right here. That's where my alert was. And it just tore right through it. Oh, man. So again, if I'm trying to answer your question, I don't know if I've answered it, but I mean, if you right click on an alert window, configure, and then just type in 5, okay? You'll see everything that we've got, or 5 even, 5M. You'll see everything that we've got for 5 minutes. You know, either candles or 5-minute highs. You scroll down, keep scrolling down until you see these icons here. These are the filters, 5-minute ranges, consecutive 5-minute candles, change in 5 minutes. So I'm not really sure what you're looking for. I'm looking for the time machine to go back 8 minutes. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, so unfortunately, and if we cannot reference previous candles. Okay? We can't, we don't do the job of referencing intraday candles. Meanwhile, BBIG is, while all this excitement was happening, I mean, it still has some room to 486. Ugh. I mean, listen, I miss a lot of trades, you know, but when I'm focusing on one and I miss it, that's what. When I say miss, I mean, I'll look at a lot of opportunities during the day. I get distracted. It moves higher. You know, it doesn't really affect me that much. But I was staring at that one. Well, sorry, can't help you, Yenif. I mean, there's a lot of other things you can do with trade ideas, but you know, we don't reference intraday candles very well, so. We do a lot of other things really well, but you know, referencing intraday volume, intraday candles. Yeah, look at CHPT now. Wow, I mean, this is okay. This is now kind of settled down. There's an earnings play. Initial reaction not bad after hours, even this morning, but so choppy. But now, this is of course is an EV play. High looking left is 28.35. Did it? Yep. Right here at 5:51 at noon. Okay. Now, why would it wait till noon? Probably the. No, I don't really have an answer for that. I mean, all I can say is probably one of the filters weren't satisfied. Well, it's right here, so it's not terrible. Right here at 5:30, 5:51. So that's actually that's not bad. And that was not shortable for me, so I'm not going to agonize about not getting the short. I can't remember if you right click. I may have changed this to. You might have from the open. This is from the close. The change, okay. I can't remember. I mean, I put these in as templates. So every now and then, if I make a little change, you may not get exactly the same results every single day. So this is the change from the close. I have a feeling this one is the change from the open. I may be wrong, but let's see. Yeah, this is change from the open in this window here. I probably should make them the same, but maybe over the weekend I'll make this the change from the open also. Just trying to see where our MED would have shown up. I haven't seen Sarepta for a long time. I remember seeing Sarepta all the time. Remember this week here? Wow. Yeah, man, oh man. Oh. Well, I'll give you this, okay? I'll just give this to you. I mean, if you really want it, I'll give it to you. I might make the changes over the weekend. Again, it's just going to be a subtle difference most of the time. All right, guys, I'm definitely trying to concentrate a little bit on this SPRT. The only thing I don't like about it is that I think there's probably a lot of resistance right around 4. I mean, it's great that it took this out these previous 2 days. I wish this weren't up here. I wish it were more. I wish this were up around 5 or 6. Look at this break here for Atom. ATOM. It's got some room. I mean, the next high is looking left around 22.48. It's extended though. And now in my momentum scanner, ASAN is appearing. And why would it be this late? Probably, well, because it needs that momentum burst in volume. Okay, look at score here, guys. Okay, what do we have left? 551. So what do we have? 471. High 450. I think the next highs are around 551, 545. You don't have to worry about that on the weekly chart. It's got some room. Score's got some room. This is coming in on the option scanner. 471. Oh, one moment, please. All right, score. I'm just kind of watching you. SCOR. I mean, it's obviously got room. It just snuck in. There's my minimum, you see, is 2,000 contracts. So it's just sneaking in. And it's trading 5, and that's 5.7 times normal. Let me guess, Load is an MX stock. And the answer is yes. How do I know that? You too, Sonny. Okay, you know what, JB? I know you're, but it's not really relevant. Okay? That's not really stock related. Okay. Okay. There's another one. JAKK, another one that's running up on volume. See how this momentum scan works? I mean, you see the volume that you get? That's why that's all about the momentum in volume. More momentum, volume. Look at the volume that came into CMRX. Very active window. You know, if you're looking for action, boy, this momentum up. A lot of action. And on stocks that are having big volume bursts. Now, you know, do they continue? I mean, that's, you know, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. Well, there's no such thing as should. Okay, this one happens to be from the open. This one happens to be from the close. You know, I probably should make them uniform, but you know, there's no such thing as should. But this one, this one right here, the don't repeat is from the close. The repetitive one is from the open. Why did I do that? I think what happened is I just forgot to make these from the open. But you know, there's not that big a difference when you look at the scans. There's not that big a difference. Yeah, no kidding. What a great short for CLNE. All right, RESN again. Boy, that's room. What do you mean, Torps? I don't know what you mean. I mean, here's a filter. You can have all the open positions, closed positions. So you can only do one. You can't do them both. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know, Torps. Not sure. If you're talking about like a right click and then a clear, like you could do in the alert windows, no, you can't do that here. Yeah, I don't see a way to get rid of them, all of them. Yeah, all you have to do is this, okay? Right click, configure, type in open. Well, okay, first in the summary, this is it, the change from the close So you would just get rid of this, okay? Just just delete, okay? So there's no value. I'm going to keep it in just for the balance of the day, okay? And then just type in open and scroll down, and then you can go change from the open. And it's up to you, whatever you want. I mean, you want to put the 4%. See, the problem I have with changing it, I mean, I can change it here. The problem I have is that I have to rely on somebody else then to go into my home page and make the changes. Unfortunately, I cannot do that. This is more of a programming thing. Not hard programming, but I don't know it. And so, but you know what? I'll do it right here. I'm going to do it right here. I don't care right now. I can see them all right here. So I'll do it right here, get it uniform. The other thing I might do is take AMSC. Jeez. Give me a moment here. So this is what I'm going to do. I think what I'm going to do also is I'm going to just get rid of the minus. I'll get rid of both of these and just put the change from the close. Okay, so that's done. So that's going to, you see, that's going to change everything now. And then the same thing here. All right, so now these are both. So this is only going to show positive stocks. RESN. I got to hop on one of these. Before I do that, I'm just going to save my layout. All right, kind of watching on this loop to see if it regains, is it 12? Yeah, 12. Okay, a bit of a pullback here. Want to see if it regains 12. Very attractive looking here. What's the next high looking left? Wow, 412. That may not block it. Right here is the key. 450. Did not get back into AMSC. Wow. Well, coming into the 200-day, guys, about $1 away. Wow, so much action. Okay, put your alert right up here, about 405 for RESN, and see if it takes it out a little bit later. Meanwhile, that stupid big, which I did not get back into, BIG. But look at this. I mean, it had that big pullback all the way down to 4, and it came right back up. So in other words, Bernd, you are just spinning your tires here. The other one I'm really looking at, I mean, it's holding that 350 well, really well, 350. I mean, it's got room to 4, so I'm really watching this SPRT. Yeah, look what's happening with AMC. No, AMC, it's a New York stock. I know Muriel mentioned that is a crazy one. IMTE. I didn't even look at it, but low float. Did some craziness. Well, even crazier. I remember this day or this month, all the way up to 8. I think even this is the crazy month. I think this was one day. This is back in 2018. I remember this. Surprised it's not halted. All right, SPRT, are you going to do it? Next level here is at 377. This kind of bums me out, this AMSC, not getting back into it. Wow. What a day. Well, if you're in this one, just be aware there's the 200-day moving average. I didn't think it would ever come close to that today, but who knows? 1873. I mean, look at this. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, this is getting so close. 1873, 1830, or 1869. I don't see any specific news on it. It might be just, tech is having a good day. The Qs are having a good day. But I don't see any specific news for AMSC. Yeah, I know somebody you mentioned CMMB earlier, Zach or Real or somebody. This is choppy. I mean, choppy on the 15s, but nonetheless, there's that, and it's a super. Well, it's actually not a low float. 56 million. It's not a crazy low float. Big area to try to take out, of course, is that 20, 1959, 2001, 2027. This is 2291, so it takes out 20 and it's got a shot. MRUS, saw that one a little earlier. Look at this one, MRUS. I keep saying this. Look at this one, look at this one, look at this one. That's some amazing, amazing volume moves. Like, well, you were saying it was consolidating. LX just broke out. LX just broke out. Look at the volume that came in. See the volume? Snoozing for what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14 minutes, and then boom, some volume. Just a minute, please. You mean I'm on mute? Thank you. I don't think I've really been saying anything. Otherwise, other than to congratulate Zach on this, I just couldn't find a way to mentally get back into this with all the choppiness it had. Ooh, okay, AMC, big area now, breaking down through 50. I don't know, will it? Let's see. Well, the low yesterday was 840. You probably meant MVIS, not miss, but let's see. VWAP 2079, yeah, that's what you meant. $15.8 is the 8 EMA, so let's just show PDSB. So on the 15-minute chart, that orange line right there is the 8 EMA. That's what he's talking about, diverg. Okay, 15-minute chart, the orange line is the 8 EMA. So you see how it came right into it and then bounced off it. All right, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. I don't know about AMC, guys. AMC now, I mean, this is a pretty... They're saying the shorts might get trapped at, if it holds 50. It may well be, but... Yeah, we're seeing the demise today anyway. I mean, who knows what's going to happen next week with all these, but... Yeah, and BlackBerry for sure. This has been slip sliding away for quite a while now. The low of yesterday was 1349. Well, Dreamer, I'm hoping that you might say later that SPRT trade really worked. This is a snooze alert right now for me. Going to give it another couple of pennies, and then if not, I'm out. Yeah, I answered him real. I'm not on mute, guys. I just have nothing to say. Yeah, so I'm out of that one now. I may take a look at it. Wow, look at it. Look at LX now. Holy smokes! Look at LX. So I'm out of the SPRT. Took a 3-cent loss on it. Boy, look at LX cascading down now. We're going to maybe some support around 1247. Takes that out. Could have gone all the way down to 12. So what a terrible day this one had. I mean, you know, I saw the announcement this morning. This was shortable also, but what a terrible day. Bill Ackman expects to close the Universal Music deal by June 22nd. So therefore, the share slipped 13.5%. Well, 14% now. This is a SPAC, of course. Actually, an all-time low now? Really? All-time low on that announcement that they were going to be closing the deal on the 22nd. Look what I'm talking about right there. Ah, I see. So it's not a full merger. Oh, I get it. They're only going to buy 10%. That's the reason. Well, congratulations on the big. I'm sort of ticked. Happy for you guys. What's the next high looking left? 515. It's above that. Wow, it's got all sorts of room now. Oh, I see. Never even heard of that group, and they say it's the biggest music group in the world. The world's largest music company. Never heard of them. That doesn't mean anything, but what happened to VTNR? Somebody asked that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is the news here, merger or acquisition, and then a couple of big upgrades. People don't believe in the merger, they don't believe in the upgrades. No idea. A top scanners. Not really. No, I don't have a. But I mean, I think in the channel bar, there must be something there. I don't have a top gainers. Let me just check the channel bar. There's got to be something there. I mean. Okay, what do we got here? I know we used to have something that was called losers and gainers, but I don't see it here anymore. Easy to put together, though. I don't see anything. I know we used to have something that said top gainers or losers and winners, something like that. I guess we don't have that anymore. Well, let's just do it. Okay, let's just do it. So let's create a new top list. I'm going to start from scratch. Actually, let's see what I have here. Okay, so I can keep some of these. We don't care about earnings. Okay, so now, what price range do you want? All right. So how about 1 to 20? Is that good? Okay. Well, you tell me. I mean, if it's, max 20, 1 to 20, is that good? It's okay. What about minimum volume? Okay. So we've got 1 to 20, 300,000 shares. Okay, now let's, what is the minimum that you want it to be up? And you want it up from the close or up from the open? Okay, and so what is the minimum that you want that to be up? No minimum. Okay, well in that case then what you're going to do with no minimum, oops, sugar, what did I do? I got, all right, let's start again. Okay, so we have to have the columns. Okay, volumes, that's fine. Let's get rid of the earnings. Do you care about any, like you want the position in today's range? Okay. You care about any, okay, we don't care about the change from the close. I don't care about that. Change from the close, consecutive days. I'll keep the relative volume in. That's probably not the worst thing. Position and range is here. Okay. Okay, but now we want to add the open. Show the column. Okay, so now we got the change from the open. Position and range, relative volume. Care about the float? Okay, so let's get rid of the float. Float. So the columns are going to be price, volume, relative volume, position and range, and the change from the open. Good? Okay. You know what? This is gonna. You know what the problem is? I know it's called earnings play. I don't know if this is a bug or not. You see, what happens is every time I create something new, it goes into this dock. And I think the problem is now you see. So now I can sort on this column right there, the change from the open. So these are the ones, these are the biggest ones. Okay, that's what I did. So I sorted with those other filters in place. These are giving you the biggest changes from the open. The problem is, I don't think I'm going to see if I can actually tell me if this works. Give me a moment here. Okay, did that work? If you click on that cloud link, what are you getting? Are you getting this? And also, I should have renamed it. Just rename it, of course. Configure. Just rename it to, biggest changes from the open or something. But can you get that? See, what I'm wondering about, I mean, so just did this load all right for you? Yes? No? Well, I guess I can do it just to see. All right, I guess it does work. Okay. I guess. No, it is not options. I don't think it is anyway. Yeah, I don't know what this is. I don't know exactly the tie-in. Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure that's the. I don't know if I want to call it a bug exactly, but creating a new alert window or top list window, it immediately goes into a dock, which creates some kind of issues. I don't know, Peter. I don't know. Maybe next week, but I don't know. Don't. I mean, listen, Dan jumped the gun on that email that he sent out. I mean, obviously, you know. But there are things like that just happened. I mean, I don't know if that is going to be the way it's going to be. The main problem right now is not being able to size columns. You see, I cannot drag, I cannot size columns right now. No, I don't even know what I did there. Well, I can switch them, but I want to, I want to reduce the column width here. I can't do it. So just stuff like that has to be fixed. Well, that one I actually have. I have a pullback on winners. Biggest pullback on winners. This one. So now you can sort on different columns. I've got the change in 30 minutes. I guess it's sorted on that. No, it isn't. So what that's looking for, it's looking for stocks that are still up, of course. Now you can take a look at this. I mean, I'll give it to you, but you can adjust the filters. Oh, a miracle. So, yeah, so what this is doing, I mean, here's the price range. Again, obviously you can make all the adjustments. This is going to show, so the price is down in the last 30 minutes, but it's still up. Now this is from the close. I didn't say that real. That was somebody else who took over my mic. So this is the sort of look you're getting. This might even be something you want to look at real. It's not necessarily pulling back to that 15 or the 8, but at least it's showing stocks that have pulled back, and taking a look at them, you can maybe say, hey, it's getting right into that. As an example, the IMTE getting right into that 8 EMA. Oh, look at the AMC, guys. It's not over. The resiliency here, over 50 again. And BlackBerry bouncing, well, didn't bounce off 15 or off 15. It dropped down to 1376 before. So let me just adjust this one a little bit. And I'm going to make this from the open. I haven't looked at this one forever. I won't even take the volume bursts into account. Yeah, I don't care about the float really either. Make it 1 in 30 for me. $200,003. Okay. So now what are we getting here? All right, so now I've sorted on the change from the 30-minute. Biggest change. So you look at RMED as an example. There you go. Okay, this is the biggest change in the last 30 minutes of stocks that are still up significantly. I mean, this stock is still up. Well, see why I got out of that this PRT, or just a 3-cent loss instead of a much bigger loss. So these are all going to be stocks that have pulled back. They're still up a lot. So for those of you, who want it, I will give it to you. All right. Now, for those of you, though, who want to play it the reverse, so in other words, the biggest pull-ups on losers. So the simple way to do it, of course, is just to duplicate the window. And then I flip it. So what can be flipped will be flipped. The only thing that can be flipped, well, there's two that can be flipped. So now the price was up in the last 30 minutes, and down 3% from the open. These two can be flipped, right? So let's flip them. And I'm going to call this biggest pull-ups. Oops. On losers, okay? Biggest pull-ups on losers. I'm going to say okay. I forgot to flip it. I forgot to say okay. That's okay. Yeah, okay. Flip, okay. Here we go. Now I just have to rename it, get rid of the flipped. So let's take a look at this one. So here's EFOI as an example. So EFOI is still down 13%, 14%, but it's pulling up. Okay, it's pulling up, so it's bouncing off the lows. Will this continue down? I don't know. WKHS, you know, still down 13%, but it's moving higher. Now, the other thing you notice here I've got these different columns. This is the change from the 30-minute percent, 15. I can sort on these, any one of these columns, of course. I don't have to just do the 30-minute. If I wanted to do the biggest change in 15 minutes on pull-ups, or in 5 minutes, you know, shorter time frames. So you start getting different looks. I'll keep it on here, but I'll give this, you know, anybody who wants it, you can have it. Probably more interesting to most people because most people want to go long, so they're looking for pullbacks. But hey, I mean, if it breaks down, I mean, really, you might even be interested in something like this because, you know, if it breaks down through the 15, then you short it. Breaks down through the 15, you short it. Breaks down through the 15, you short it. Well, you can just load them, LD. I think the stocks have to be, the first print has to be, if it has to be at least up 4% or down 4%, and also with a 50% move as the first print of the day. Minimum volume might be 300,000, something like that. But you can just load them, take a look yourself. Yeah. You just have to break them out, you know, you just have to, you know how to, here's the multi-strategy window. So you can just hover over strategies, hover over one of them, and open it. Then you'll see exactly what the filters are. You can do that for each one. So again, this is gap continuation, you know, it's on my homepage for sure. And again, hover over strategies, hover over the first one, and then just open the alert window, and then you'll see exactly what they are. And right click, configure, summary. You'll see exactly what I'm using in each one. All right, guys, we're getting, wow, it's 2:35 already. Actually, a fairly fast, I love the questions. The questions are great. I love to, keeps me busy, motivated. All right, one last talk about my link, my homepage link. And why you should save my link. So when you click on my link, this is what you'll see. Obviously a way to take out a subscription if you want. There's your promo code, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Trade of the week. I guess this week's was pretty good. Box was the trade of the week, BOX. Sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Do a stock of the day video. But here are the two. The reason I say save the link, because there's a lot of information in my scan section. Here's my layout that I'm sharing, all the other individual scans that I'm sharing. And also here's the big education section. The 20 lessons, daily support, daily webinars, educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, more information about the AI, back to basics, brand new to trading. Take a look at the great little video series. Some ebooks that we created. So obviously a lot of information on my homepage. So save the link and then you can take a look at all this whenever you want. That's just the bonus, Matt. Well, TDA is they're trying. I have no idea when or if that'll happen. There's just all sorts of issues with their data. So that's the only one they're really looking at now, but I have no idea when or if that'll happen, Peter. Wow, look at SPRT. I was all over that at 350, figuring, wow, that was it. I'm not a big swing trader, Michael. It sold off. Yeah. I was actually really thinking about taking this right here. I was waiting to see how well it held 5. Might come back. It might come back. It's been a challenge though. Telling you, real, you might want to take a look at this. Biggest pullback on winners. And just watching some of these things. I'm sorry. Just a minute, please. The interesting thing to me is, okay, this is the biggest pullback on winners, all right? So these are stocks that were flying high and they're still, they're still up. Look what the market's doing. The market is moving higher and higher, just drifting higher and higher. And yet these things, even though these were the big dynamic winners, in terms of percentage, they just keep moving down. Not following the market at all, like not stopping. I mean, they will at some point, but you would think anyway. Pay a little more attention to this one on Monday. I'll post the link. Okay, there's the link. Just Bookmap. There was somebody in this room that I think it was called Bookmap, that used to use it. Could have been 2 or 3 years ago. I don't think he lasted very long. This is not, to slam Bookmap, but I think it was called Bookmap. Any thoughts on maybe when do you think you would have the channel with trade ideas? Not sure I know what you mean. What do you mean by that, Mark? Are you talking about this? So I still don't know what you mean. Are you talking about then TradingView having a trade ideas type alert? No, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, we really don't have any. We really don't have any. I mean, I have TradingView. Okay, I do have it. I keep an eye on these channels and stuff like that. But there's no integration really, other than the fact that we can link with them. but we link with many, many platforms. So there's no other integration and no plans to do anything like that, if that's what you mean. So if you're talking of, oh, okay, I now I think I understand what you mean. Yeah, well, I mean, I'd love to see these. I'd love to see these these regression lines on our charts. Yes, I mean, there's that sort of thing is But when I say planned, I mean it could happen this year, maybe next year. I've been waiting for crosses for a long time. Some of these things move very slowly at our company because they have other things they think are more important to do. I'll be honest, so all right, guys, closing the room soon. Well, yeah, you're right. Absolutely, Cal. Absolutely. I don't know if I'm not today. 3 days this week so far. Okay, Michael, thank you. Funny man, real. What is next week going to bring? Yeah, right. 24/7, yeah, 24/7, including Saturdays and Sundays. You guys really don't want me to get any sleep. Electric vehicles, EVs, electric vehicles, that sector. All right. Can Be Big reclaim 5 again, just for fun? What did it even do? Be big. What do you do? Toy? Oh, okay. Hobby goods, supplies. Okay. All right. Well, here's RESN. Back over 5. I don't think I'm going to do anything though. I'm just about had it. Has room. I mean, it does have some room. RESN does have some room on that weekly chart to maybe the 450 level. Boy, this CHPT, what a, oh no, wrong one. LEV. Ah, look at LEV, the Lion Electric Company. What the heck? Who are you guys? Obviously an EV play. Was this one of those SPACs? I think this was one of those SPACs, wasn't it? Or maybe I'm wrong. Oh, it's a Canadian company. Where are you out of? Montreal. Okay, be big. Come on back. It was a SPAC, you mean? It's not a SPAC still, is it? No, so it was a SPAC? No, I'll get it right. LEV, is it a SPAC? No, so it's not a SPAC now. Okay, it was involved in a SPAC. Okay, so, and this is, whatever that SPAC was, bought these guys. Okay. Actually, yeah, I don't know any other Canadian company that got bought. Was that an American SPAC, or I mean, or a U.S. SPAC? Had to be a U.S. SPAC, right? Look at okay, guys, BBBIG, be big, might be just looking to do it. So was U.S. SPAC buying a Canadian company? Interesting. From December, thank you. So here's another one real. So AMSC, so it's just sort of sitting a little bit on that 15 EMA. I'm sorry, the 8 EMA and the 15. but now breaking down through it. Biggest pullback on winners. This might give us some great shorts, or the bounce off. I mean, if you see it near that 8 EMA, but this might give us some nice shorts. All right, guys, listen, I think I'll wrap it up now. If there are no other questions, I will stick around if there's some questions. Otherwise, I think I'll just wrap it up now. Had a great week. Exciting week with the memes for the first 3 days anyway. Okay, any questions? We'll take a look at, just have the 8 EMA on your charts, okay? 15-minute chart. Well, you can have on any chart, but you know, that's what we're talking about. There's that orange line is the 8 EMA. You see how AMSC is kind of sitting on it? It broke down a little bit below it. Watch what it does here now. You know, is it going to bounce off it, or is it going to keep moving down? And this is just, this is just from this, biggest pullback on winners. Take a look at this one, BSQR. So you see how there's the 8 EMA. Now it broke down through it underneath it. Now this is a cheap one, but you never know. I mean, it might keep moving down, down, down now. Well, I mean, it looks like the 8 EMA is probably around 1748. So it's a dime. I mean, right now you could probably, maybe take a look at shorting it and just put your stop a dime away right at that. I'm gonna look at that on Monday. All right, guys, I think that's it. I think I'll shut it down. Thanks a lot again for all the help. Have a great weekend, everybody. And I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.